Це покоління, яке не просто переживає історію. Воно її створює.
This is a generation which creates history here and now in classrooms and laboratories. Generation of war, generation of warriors, the generation of winners. This is the generation which is coding the future through technologies, innovations, and AI. Coding the future using the code of the recovered Ukraine. Coding, because each decision of the youth determines what our victory will be like. Gen W is about each and every one of us who makes the impossible possible.
Дорогі друзі, шановні
Dear friends,
учасники,
guests, participants, speakers, partners, we're happy to welcome you to the 11th Kyiv Youth Security Forum, the second one during the full-scale invasion. I am Arseniy Shut. I'm director of Open Ukraine Foundation of Arseniy Yatsenyuk. First of all, I'd like to say one very important thing. We're gathered here just because some people are defending us at the front line, our military. Due to him, we have an opportunity to get together here for different events to speak about Ukraine, about our future, about our victory. So let me start with the most important thing, our infinite gratitude to each and everyone who is defending us and our state.
і це означає, що ми зібралися у час,
This means that we are gathered here at a time when Ukraine is going through the toughest of times. But at the same time, in the time when the youth shows unprecedented strength, force, intellect, energy, and the ability to operate even in the darkest of times. We are holding this forum under within the framework of Gen W. Gen W is a generation which lives during the war and takes the country forward. This is the generation of warriors because each and every one of you is a fighter at each of us individual front lines. This is the generation of witnesses because you see the truth and you tell the world about it. This is the generation of winners because it is your generation which is fighting for victory day in and day out. This year's forum is called Coding the Future. And this is more than just a slogan because it is your generation which is coding, who developing the code of our future at universities, at volunteers points, at hubs, in innovations, in projects which were developed during the war, which work towards our victory. Gen W, and I want to emphasize this, is not about war. This is about our future. That is why we thank you for being here with us. Thank you for being the generation which is coding our future. We also would like to thank our partners, thanks to whom we can hold this event. NATO, Friedrich Ebert Foundation, and the technological forces of Ukraine. Thank you for supporting not just an event, this event, but a whole generation. Now I would like to give the floor to the person who developed and launched this project and who has been working in it for many years, who supports the Ukrainian youth in action and just in rhetoric. The head of the Kyiv Security Forum, the Prime Minister of Ukraine in 2014-16, Mr. Arseniy Yatsenyuk. Please, the floor is yours. Ramina, please, stay on next to me. You know, Ramina also used to be a participant in such a youth forum. And then she basically headed the movement which created this forum. I would like to thank you, Ramina, and each and every one of you for making time to come here. I wanted to phrase why we hold youth forums. We can say some bureaucratic things to the fact like um, this fate of the country depends on each and every one of you. But I will put it this way. We hold these fora to make sure that each and every one of you grows morally, intellectually, energy-wise, so that each and every one would fulfill him or herself. For each and every one of you to become a mature personality, because Ukraine is not just a territory, anthem, or national flag. This is primarily about people, about each and every one of you. We don't want you to be enclosed in the bubble of new technologies like social media and messengers. We want you to feel each other. We want you to share with each other your problems and the ways to address them. We want you to become the mainstay of this country after our victory. If it wasn't for people like you, 10 to 20 years, who made the revolution on the granite, the revolution of 2004 and to 2013, and the front line, which was defended by the young people. If it wasn't for those people, we would not be able to meet today. But we have young people, we have the code of the Ukrainian nation, the code of victory. And this is what we are holding these fora for. Thank you for being here today. I'm thankful to our team for creating this platform for our work. I know that each and every one of you will actualize themselves. Welcome to the 11th Youth Security Forum. And here we begin.
Бажаю здоров'я, доброго всім ранку.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Taras Berezovets. I'm head of the Department of International Military Cooperation of the Territorial and Defense Command. I joined the military in May 2022. I'm thankful to my brethren in arms today, and I would like to start today's event by recognizing all those who have laid down their lives in this war. Please stand up for the minute of honor.
Дякую.
Thank you.
Отже, сьогодні ми маємо щасливу нагоду.
So today we have this happy opportunity to start the 11th Youth Kyiv Security Forum. I've moderated most of the discussions within this forum, starting before the war, and the discussions which we had back then and now, they have different tastes, as it were. First of all, this is explained by the fact that in 2014 and beyond, Ukraine was going through the phase of a hybrid war, the conflict of low intensity, which the majority of our citizens did not feel. But today, the war has entered the homes of each and every one of us. And the Ukrainian youth now, unfortunately, is a part of the society which is confronted by the woes and problems which we used to hear about only from our grandparents. I remember the stories told to me by my granny, who told me about the times of the occupation of the Crimea. She was one of a few survivors of those events. Only about 5% of the residents of Kerch city survived. All the others fell victims to two totalitarian regimes, the Nazi one and the communist one. The war is changing and the character of it is changing, but this war is the conflict of the highest intensity, which is absolutely unprecedented since 1941.
Молоддю, як учасниками безпосередньо.
The task which stands before ourselves as defenders is to protect our sovereignty and independence. And
Хтось каже,
today we are fighting for our independence. Some people say that this is the last war for our independence, but a lot will depend on whether we will survive and whether Russia will survive, because this is primarily about survival. Ukraine is not alone in this fight. We would never be able to withstand this and to keep fighting for more than 4 years without our allies. Obviously, it is the support of our partners, primarily NATO countries, which we received even before the full-scale invasion. This assistance came very timely, in a very timely and strategic manner. I'm not going to enumerate all those who helped us, not to miss anybody out, but the weapons which our defense forces received before February 2022 largely determined the fate of Kyiv and of the outcome of this war in general. We can only guess whether we would be able to get together at this forum had it not been for the weapons provided by the allies to Ukraine, and which made all the difference during the fights, for instance, for the town of Hostomel, because this was basically the fight for Kyiv and the fight for Ukraine in general. It is my pleasure now to invite next speaker, acting head of the representation office of NATO in Ukraine, Mr. Joseph Hobbs.
Thank you very much. Dear Arseniy, your dear excellencies, distinguished guests, and above all, dear future leaders of Ukraine, it is my pleasure to speak to you today and for us to support this event. My colleagues tell me we've been doing support for this foundation, this event, these series for many, many years, and it is an absolute privilege for us. Thank you for inviting me. You have an amazing agenda ahead of you, including interventions from some of my NATO colleagues online who have been leading on innovation, technology, many of the themes that you're thinking about at this conference. With such a good lineup ahead of you and such distinguished speakers, I will keep my intervention short. I would just like to leave you with 3 key messages in particular. First, the NATO-Ukraine relationship is strong and it is delivering every day. NATO directly supports Ukraine's defense and security needs. This year alone, as last year, 99% of the military assistance to Ukraine, the vital military assistance, has come from NATO allies. This year, our Secretary General Mark Rutte established a new mechanism with President Trump, which allows the purchase by Europeans and Canada of critical defense equipment from the United States by other NATO allies. We call this Pearl. As Mark Rutte announced earlier this week, over 2/3 of NATO allies and some partners are now committed financially to Pearl. As Ukraine's political and military leadership makes clear, this matters and it has a direct and important effect on the battlefield. Pearl is also just the latest in a long series of initiatives that our previous speaker also referred to that we have established. This includes the important work that colleagues in our military do called the NATO Security Assistance and Training for Ukraine, NSATU. They help coordinate your needs, help make sure that we get deliveries and help train your forces. And we have the Comprehensive Assistance Package, a €1 billion fund that supports some of your wider critical needs, from support to veterans and hospitals to newly announced initiatives on innovation, which I'll talk about a little bit later in my remarks. All told, this represents billions and billions of euros that we are proud to provide. And it's not just practical and financial and military support, it's also political support. Politically, our leadership works closely with yours. Our Secretary General has visited Ukraine twice this year and speaks regularly with President Zelensky. Earlier this week in Brussels, he met with both Foreign Minister Sybiha and Defense Minister Shmyhal. Last week, I also had the personal privilege to welcome our Deputy Secretary General, Radmila Shekerinska, to Kyiv, where she held meetings with your leadership, including President Zelensky. And it was also an honor for me to be able to show her the resilience and beauty of this particular city. The Secretary General, the Deputy Secretary General are just two of the many, many, many steadfast supporters of Ukraine at NATO, including in our office here in Kyiv. The reason we do all of this was clearly laid out by allies at our summit earlier this year in The Hague. They declared simply but powerfully that your security contributes to ours. This week, NATO foreign ministers met in Brussels along with your foreign minister. Allies reaffirmed their commitment to support Ukraine, and our Secretary General said clearly again, our support must continue unabated to help Ukraine defend itself today, but personally importantly for me, to deter tomorrow as well, which is kind of what you guys are thinking about today. Second message, NATO is here in Kyiv, and our office in Ukraine is focused on the short term, yes, but also on the medium and long term. We have Ukrainian and international experts working with your government on a range of critical political, defense and security issues. They work on lots of topics, but I want to draw your attention to three in particular, given your future focus and your focus today on moral and technological defense. First, we work closely with Ukraine on issues related to reforms and the continued transformation of your state. We work closely with the Cabinet of Ministers and relevant government bodies and civil society on the implementation of your own national reform objectives. This includes issues related to good governance, the fight against corruption, rule of law, human rights, all of these incredibly important things that will form the basis for the important thinking that you guys are all doing today on future, on technology, on transformation of this state. Second, we have a large team of expert defense advisors who have been between them years and years and years of senior experience from across the alliance and across a wide range of military domains. They worked helping to bring support to Ukraine, helping be fully interoperable with NATO, and advising on how to strengthen your armed force for the long term. Third, we are growing our work on defense industry and innovation. We are supporting Ukrainian companies in understanding NATO procurement opportunities. Many of them are here today, and I will happily direct them in the right way. And we're encouraging allies to work more closely with Ukrainian industry, working to support the delivery of the NATO-Ukraine Innovation Cooperation Roadmap, which allies in Ukraine agreed on in Washington, D.C. And having the chance earlier today to walk around and see some of your incredible innovation firsthand, it is incredibly important to me that I give that message back in Brussels about how important it is. As you are a group of bright and committed young people, I will urge you to regularly check our website for vacancies. We rely heavily on the expertise of Ukrainian colleagues to help make sure that people like me don't come and make big mistakes here. And we rely on your advice, so please do look out for good jobs that we have on offer. Third and finally, we in NATO have a lot to learn from you. While of course we are here to help to advise, make sure that we bring weapons and the vital money that you need, we're also increasingly learning important lessons from you. Your expertise on innovation is on display for the whole world. Your society's resilience is inspiring us all and will form an important part of how we prepare to face challenges in the future. And your experience of a long and brutal conflict means that unfortunately we have important lessons to learn from you. One of those lessons is that we need to spend more and reinvigorate our defense industry and focus on innovation, and we need to do that with you. Because we have so much to learn from you, earlier this year NATO and Ukraine inaugurated what we call we have a lot of acronyms in NATO, and I'm apologizing already. JTEC, the Joint Analysis Training and Education Center, a slightly cumbersome title, but what they do there is they work jointly on learning lessons from Russia's war. We work jointly with you on learning and developing solutions for problems like glide bombs, fiber optic drones, all of the things that we need to do together if we are going to deter and defend ourselves in the future. The spirit that we both have a lot to learn from each other is also why last week, when the Deputy Secretary General visited, she met with First Deputy Prime Minister Fedorov, and we launched together the Unite Brave NATO. This is a fund that could eventually reach 50 million euros, that will allow teams of allied and Ukrainian teams to bid for grants to develop technological solutions to urgent battlefield challenges in areas like counter-UAS, signals intelligence navigation system, unmanned drone systems, all of the things that you guys know how to do incredibly well. And as I close this remarks and hopefully let you get on to far more interesting speakers, I would like to just say the reason I ended my speech on the point that we have a lot to learn from you is because of this audience, the audience that I see in front of me right now. You are Ukraine's future leaders, and I commend your interest in public service, defense, security. You all have the potential to contribute to your communities and your nation. Ukraine is lucky to have all of you. But you are not just Ukraine's future leaders. You are also the Euro-Atlantic community's future leaders too. The service you give to your country, the ways that you think about how to solve your country's challenges on the battlefield, in politics, etc., will benefit all of us. You are a group of young people who, despite regular attacks on your cities, despite threats to your critical infrastructure, and despite years of war, you are here, in this room right now, thinking about the future, thinking about innovative solutions, thinking about how to do the right thing. That is hugely inspiring to me personally, to my friends, to my colleagues, and I will tell your stories when I go back home over the Christmas break. With that, all it leaves me to say is good luck with the rest of your conference, and Slava Ukraini.
Thank you so much. Зараз слово надається голові
Thank
Київського
you.
безпекового.
I would like, yeah,
Around 2 decades ago. And I strongly believe, first, I am very grateful for your support for making this to happen. And I still believe that the time will come when Ukraine is to become a strongest ally in NATO and a real full-fledged member of NATO. So thank you. Thank you for your support, sir. Thank you.
Дякуємо, пане Добс, за
we thank Mr. Dobbs for his presentation. Now we have an opportunity to listen to the interim managing director, Diana, NATO, James Apaturai.
Good morning. It's wonderful to see you. I'm talking to you from London, where the headquarters of NATO, Diana, happens to be, and from my little apartment. I'm very sorry not to have the opportunity to be there with you, but it was really important for me to speak to you because of how important we feel innovation in Ukraine is. And I say that for two reasons. One is, of course, innovation in Ukraine, and you all know this very well because you live it every day, is essential to the defense of Ukraine. And the defense of Ukraine is important to all of us in Europe, personally, as well as, of course, for our shared security. But also because the way in which Ukraine is innovating has inspired us in two ways. One is to be much more creative and learn the lessons that Ukraine is teaching the rest of us, because you are first in class for for reasons we all understand. But it's also given, I can tell you, all of NATO a sense of urgency. We see how essential it is that new technologies are found, improved, integrated, and adapted on the battlefield for Ukraine to stand on its own feet. We also see how fast the Russians, who have invaded your country, are innovating as well. And we are not as fast as you are. I think that is safe to say. So we need to learn the lessons from Ukraine. We also want to support Ukraine in your innovations. So let me just explain to you very briefly how NATO Diana works. And I say that because my third point, very briefly, and I only have a few minutes with you, my third point will be about what NATO Diana and Ukraine can, and I hope will do together soon. So how does Diana work? Diana was created just about 3 years ago. And what we do is we gather the challenges, the problems that NATO allies need solved. For example, we need to see better underwater. We need to be able to operate in a GPS-denied environment. You, of course, are experiencing that challenge every day. And we issue challenges to the startups and scale-ups across the alliance. Last year, we issued 10 challenges to them. We got 3,688 startups applying to join the NATO Diana program. And we have just finished narrowing that down to 150 companies that have the most promising technologies and working companies to address these challenges. So then what happens? We bring them into the program. We offer them first 100,000, and then for the successful ones, 400,000 euros. In the first 6 months, we test the technologies. We have 200 test centers across the alliance, each specializing in a different area. So for example, if you make a technology using quantum properties, we have a test center in Copenhagen, the Niels Bohr Institute, which is the best in the world at this. And so companies that join Diana and go through this process have seen their technology improve. Then, with the companies that have successful technologies, we take them to what we call the accelerator stage. We have accelerator sites across Europe and North America that are expert at turning little companies into more successful companies. We give them mentors who can help them navigate the procurement process in NATO governments. It can sometimes take a long time to get a defense contract because it's complicated, but we give them experts to help them do that. We bring them to NATO testing areas to what we call operational experimentation, so into really difficult tests out on the water, out in the field. And we bring them to new ranges. Ranges are places to really test the technology hard. So for example, Finland and Sweden are cooperating for a range to test electronic warfare and 5 and 6G based technologies. And I actually proposed the creation of these ranges, and I did that because I was inspired by Ukrainians, talked to the Ukrainian military and to companies that are in Ukraine supporting the Ukrainian military, and they all said the same thing, which is a test center is good, it's not enough. You need to test hard, you need battlefield conditions. So we're doing our best to create these battlefield conditions at these ranges. And finally, we connect the companies to financing. So we have a network of financing of investors. We check to make sure that these are trusted investors, meaning no Russian money, and honestly, no Chinese money, Chinese ownership. And if they are reliable and trusted investors, we connect the companies to them so that they have enough money to make it through. And our whole purpose is for these companies to get one of three things, or all of these three things: a defense contract, investment, as I just mentioned, or a contractual arrangement with a big defense company to help them build more of what they can build. So there's a company, for example, Finnish company that we have in our portfolio that makes balloons that sit in the air for, let's say, 20 hours with a sensor stack or a sensor platform to be able to see drones coming in, amongst other things. So right now they can make, 50 or 100, but if we need 5,000, it's tough for them to do it. So we connect them to the big companies, help them to scale, and therefore get more contracts and get more capability for us. So this is basically how Diana works. So I thought you'd like to know that. And final point is to say we now have a mandate for the first time to engage with the first non-NATO partner. And of course, we chose Ukraine. So we have just started now discussions with the government of Ukraine. We will quickly come to agreement on areas of cooperation between Diana and the government, which of course will complement, will be part of, will nest into the wider NATO efforts, the wider Ukrainian cooperation with NATO countries and with the European Union. So we don't want to duplicate, but add. But we will quickly come to an arrangement whereby Ukrainian companies can work with us, can enter into our challenges, can go through our test centers, can go to our accelerator sites. We can connect them to capital. We can help connect them to contracts. And we want to be able to do that for two reasons. One is to support Ukrainian capability inside Ukraine, not to just take it out, to support your ecosystem so you can keep fighting, and as soon as the fighting ends, to build up your defenses. To get access, of course, for us, so market opportunities for Ukrainian companies also in our countries. And then finally, so that we can learn lessons from Ukraine. And I would start all the way from the challenges that I mentioned. It would be wonderful for Diana if Ukraine could contribute to our challenge formation to say, you need to know this. You need to be better at this. And I'll give you one final example, and then I'll stop talking. It's not a Diana job right now, but we have a problem across Europe of drones threatening airports and other critical infrastructure. We aren't that good at detecting them and taking them down. I met with a great Ukrainian company in NATO headquarters last week, which showed me how well you can do it, that there is technology, there are techniques, so there's a lot, I think, to benefit for us. I think there are a lot of opportunities in that cooperation also for Ukraine, both in terms of market opportunities for your companies, but also to grow your ecosystem. And I look forward to making that happen very, very soon. So I think I went a little bit over my 10 minutes, and I apologize for that. But with that, thank you again for the opportunity to speak to you. I wish you a fantastic day. Exactly as my predecessor just said, you are not just the future, but also the present of your country, and your country matters a lot to us. As a Canadian, you know, we have a particular tie to Ukraine, so, you know, we feel it very deeply as well. So let me just say I wish you all the very best from Brussels and a great conference.
Thank you, Mr. Апатурай. Дякую, пану Апатураю, за...
Thank you, Mr. Paturai, for your presentation. And now we will take a minute pause to set the stage for our next panel. And very important words said by Mr. Apaturai are about the preparedness of the youth to protect their countries. You might have seen reports from the EU member states where a large part of the young people either hesitate or outward denies the opportunity to protect their countries. We saw several such reports from Brussels. 9 out of 10 young people surveyed and questions, they were not only Belgians, but representatives of other countries, said that they were not going to take up arms and defend their respective countries. So the morals depend on what the media broadcasts, what the military servicemen and servicewomen relate as their stories, because that's not what we are used to seeing in movies, in textbooks and literature. War is totally different. It is hard labor, and it is a very nasty thing. So now I would like to invite the whole panel of speakers. We will have Roman Kostenko, Secretary of the Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine Committee on National Security, Defense and Intelligence. Okay. I am lucky to have known Roman for quite a while. We met at the front line where Roman and his brothers in arms just executed a very important task. We also have with us Yuri Fedorenko, Commander, 429th Separate Regiment of Unmanned Systems Achilles. We also have Mikita Razdvanatochi, Deputy Commander, 1st Corps Azov, National Guard of Ukraine. Welcome. Our next guest is Commander, Unit of Ground-Based Robotic Strike Systems NC-13, 3rd Assault Brigade, Mykola Makarzinkevich. And UAV operator Kraken 1654 unit Victoria Imla Tkachenko.
So,
our panelists represent the defense forces of Ukraine. They know what the war is about, what are the major components of the war, and they know the price of their daily toil at the front line. Let's start with Victoria Imla Tkachenko. Victoria, welcome to the panel. Your unit performed military tasks in various places, including in Kharkiv region, and we had the honor to cooperate with your unit well. Kupiansk was liberated, and Kraken actually instilled awe and fear in the Russian troops. So you, being the representative of the most technologically intense troops of Ukraine have witnessed this change in technology application. So what's your assessment of our current stage in technological development? You know, technological changes totally transform the nature of the warfare. And what we have had since 2022 have become ever more effective and efficient. Look at the artillery, for example. Artillery has become sharper, more accurate, and more efficient. We can see the battlefield and we can adjust fire more effectively. Roman, you being the member of parliament of Ukraine and at the same time one of those who joined the defense forces back in 2022 at the very beginning of the all-out war, in particular in the south, know that now the southern axis is the focus of attempts by the Russians to break through the front line. They use aviation, they use combat UAVs, and that changes the life in frontline territories. Suffice it to see videos from Kherson to appreciate the changes over time there. So it's a scaring perspective when you walk in the streets under the anti-drone net, and this is what the cities that are several hundred of kilometers away from the contact line can face in the very near future. Good morning. It's my pleasure to be with you. I would like to thank the organizers, Arseniy, you, and the team that has put this forum together. It's extremely important to talk to the young people. I still believe I am young, but it pleases me and it inspires me when the young people are engaged, when they are prepared to support our common cause. I have been in the armed forces for 17 years, and when Taras said that I joined the defense forces back in 2022, no, it's not very accurate. I was a major in 2014 when the war just started, and I have this image and understanding of the nature of this aggressive incursion first and then all-out war by the Russian Federation. They started using various technologies back then. So indeed, technologies are important. And if you compare the war in 2022 and the war in 2023-2024, you will see totally different nature of warfare, different technologies, different approaches, and different implications, different consequences. So technologies are not just a buzzword that we are using here at a very respected forum with representatives of powers that be and youth organizations, but it is about electronic warfare, about intelligence, about unmanned vehicles. That's about tools that allow us to save lives of our soldiers at the battlefield and also our civilians in the rear. So this is what helps us protect our infrastructure. And we see the stats, how many Shahed drones are downed almost every night. So what Russia does with the drones is unbelievable. And we know that electronic warfare technologies often stop them mid-course. So I see the situation as a military officer and as a member of parliament. So what we do there as lawmakers is removing red tape, actually the barriers for the manufacturers to place their technologies on the front. So it is about tax policies, it is about customs policies, it's about something that prevents our defenders to get the necessary technologies speedily and efficiently. So yesterday alone we voted for 2 bills that will facilitate this access of technologies to the front line. And that requires our joint effort of you young people, of the volunteers, and today we celebrate the Volunteer Day, so I would like to congratulate those who really volunteer to support our armed forces on this occasion. So answering your question, Taras, what I see as the need for the technological development, I understand that the cutting-edge technologies transform the nature of the war, the warfare. I suppose that very soon we will have very broad gray zones like 20, 30 kilometers deep with drones and nothing, no living beings. The technologies have been developing dramatically since 2022, and you quote from Kherson, but I think that everything within this depth of 20, 30 kilometers would look like Kherson. And it is our task to control those kill zones or gray zones. I'm not embellishing, you know. You are all grown-ups and you should understand all of the risks that our country is currently facing. Speaking about Kherson, the situation is extremely dire there, and the adversary uses everything with drones, with glide bombs. My daughter, who's 16, tells me, you know, the drone, and she gives me the kind of the drone, have been launched from this very town in Russia, and she knows how long it takes for those drones to cover the distance to Ukraine. So we have to understand the situation and we have to support one another. Thank you, Roman. Yesterday we heard the news that the aircraft of the Ukraine president was accompanied by 4 combat drones, and almost on a weekly basis we hear about the quote-unquote unknown drones that would be hovering over military facilities, airports, or even attack the critical infrastructure. So we understand who is behind those attacks or incursions and unknown actions. We know this answer, and we ask ourselves, why wouldn't the NATO allies counteract properly? Is it the lack of political will or technological incapacity to put the barrier to those drones? So what's going on? How fast is the best practice of Ukrainian unarmed systems being incorporated by NATO countries?
Can you hear me? How much time do I have? 5 minutes. Okay, 5 minutes. And then maybe some questions from the audience. I'd like to speak about the technologies. Technologies are not just in the air. This is not just drones or the strategy of using the armed forces. If you take a look around, you'll see a lot of young people, and you see how many of them are girls and how many of them are men. This is probably shows us that a lot of males leave Ukraine, and this is a critical situation. So just take a look around and count how many men are among the young people. If you take a look around, you will see what I mean. Each of you have some acquaintances of yours who have laid down their lives for Ukraine, and there are those who have been at the front line for 4 years already without any rotation. This is also a key point. Bismarck used to say that the enemy advances where the priests and teachers have lost. So you can see that the enemy is advancing now where the Russian propaganda prevailed. Who knows, out of you who are not military, knows 5 alive heroes of Ukraine, their names? Just raise your hands.
Ви знаєте. Дивіться, я скажу відверто.
You do, right? We shouldn't be embarrassed. As a military, I know those names because they are my brethren, and I used to fight alongside them. The young people don't know. When deputies of local councils come for meetings, now they are changing the names of streets by way of communizing. And very often, even people from local authorities are not aware of the people who are heroes of Ukraine. If I ask you, what is the Ukrainian national idea about? Who can tell me what is the Ukrainian national idea? I am convinced that everyone will come up with your own individual answers because it has not been formulated. Even though I am a young person, I'm only 34 years old, and my whole life is ahead of me if I don't get killed. But this is the task for your generation primarily, is to finally shape the Ukrainian national idea, which would encompass and embrace all the philosophy and character of the Ukrainian people. And this is also about technology. If we speak about our partners, answering your question, we are all fond of boxing, right? We know boxers like Usyk and so on. Yes, boxing is quite popular. Okay. If you take a look at the training sessions of Usyk, if you understand his sparring partners, if you look through all his fights, and if you attend all his fights and then analyze that, and then you are in the ring vis-a-vis Tyson Fury, will you be able to beat that person the way Usyk did? Will he be able to? No, of course not, because it takes a lot of training. And then comes the question for our partners and colleagues. You help us with equipment, with hardware, with money, with intelligence, and without you, Ukraine would have fallen. But obviously, being just observers and seeing how your technologies and ours work, you will not be able to efficiently engage the enemy in such a local war. Well, those technologies probably would not be necessary if we could make 1,500 sorties of fighter jets a day. Probably we would not have that many drones, but it's obvious that if the US or NATO countries make this number of sorties, this will be not just the threshold of the Third World War, it will be actually the Third World War in full scale. So most obviously the conflicts of the future will be the ones like what we have in Ukraine now. So our technologies and tactics really matter. If the partners cannot give the boots on the ground, and if they cannot get trained the way Usyk is training, then we have to find a finance to engage the military who would be fighting for money, and your officers would be able to get trained on that example. Russia engaged North Korea for combat operations. Do you think that they did this because they lacked personnel? No, there was an agreement between China and North Korea so that the Korean soldiers would gain combat experience. And if you take a look at the program of training of North Korea, you will see that they use the experience they gained in Ukraine. At the same time, the NATO countries do not have this experience because they is just observing from the sidelines. In order to become a champion, you have to get trained with the best, and you have to get engaged in combat actions, including by your personnel, boots on the ground. And as a follow-up to what Yuri has said, if you don't have much time to train, carry a gun with you.
Це те, що нам дають партнери. Достатньо.
Слушна порада.
Well, that's what our partners give us. Yes, this is a relevant point. Mikita Natochi from Azov Regiment of the National Guard of Ukraine. Mikita, your regiment is one of the most hated in the Russian army. What is the ideology of the Russian elite forces which are fighting against the Ukrainian armed forces? If I understand your question correctly, what I think about the ideology of the Russian forces, right? Yes. Well, I believe they put more emphasis not on the ideology, but on fear. The fear is that if you do not carry out the order given to you by your commanders, you will most likely be killed in the quiet somewhere in the forest line, or you will be forced to go to combat under the barrel of a gun. And we very often see using drones, surveillance drones, when we see that the Russian soldiers go to combat just with sticks or with on crutches and walking aids. Well, what this shows that if you do not engage, you will be forced to. Well, obviously, Russia has always positioned itself as an imperialistic power, and all that history with the land grabs and all the stories that Europe is jeopardized by Russians. The previous speaker said quite correctly, this is basically an indication that our teachers and propaganda lost to the Russians, because in Russia they were being indoctrinated that we are a huge empire. We cannot but prevail over Ukraine. And when we take prisoners of war from Russia, they keep repeating the same narratives, which shows how badly they had been indoctrinated. As regards the code of war, as it were, I can say that no matter how the technologies are being developed now, of course, this is not developed the way it was in 2022 and so on. We have robots, we have very cool and high-tech devices, but definitely the gravitation center in the war activities, this is all about the infantry soldiers who are seeing the enemy and have to shoot the enemy. Yes, we help with the drones. We try to make sure that the enemy does not come to our positions. We see the movement of the forces of the enemy, be it on foot, in columns, in convoys. We can back it up with logistics and so on. But if there are no infantry soldiers on the battlefield, we will definitely lose this war. The whole system is soldier-centered, and without this, we would not be able to prevail. I'd like to follow up on this, about the attitude of the enemy to Azov. They even envy us, I would say. We try to borrow the best practices from detachments like Azov, Kraken, and so on. Khartia, probably. And we try to emulate them, and we are very thankful to them for that. Mikor Makalzenkevich, commander of the company of anti-aircraft forces. We see that our enemy has a number of methods to encourage mobilization, and at the same time we need to do it otherwise. We follow what you do by way of advertising and selling the military service to the young people. What attracts the young people in Ukraine most, and what are they guided by if they in their decisions to join the armed forces, including the corps like yours? Thank you. If we take a look at what attracts young people and what advertising is successful, this is primarily about doing it not in the old way, the way it did by Soviet ideology. We don't have slogans like "according to the law" and so on. We have two major points: the implementation of military tasks and discipline, and all the rest is backed up by training. And we have very streamlined interaction between the commanders and the soldiers. Soldiers, the officers, all of our military, they communicate on the same wavelength. The weight of the sergeants is the largest and most influential because they are the closest to the battlefield. So we have not just the young people who come to serve. We also have people who used to go a wall, and now they come back from a wall and they join us. We have some 50% of people who used to go a wall, and some 10% are the old personnel of our brigade. If we speak about the code of the war, for me, the issue of technology and the young people, these are absolutely equal notions. Because I recall the year 2022 when I and my brethren in arms, we were people of 20, 22 years old. We were in Zaporizhia, Axis, and all the methodologies that we used came from the young people.
So the youth is driving force for technologies and innovations in the units. At least it was like this with us. It's easier for youth to accept technologies and innovations and to generate them. That's why these two notions are equal for us. Speaking about technological processes at the front line, yes, a human foot soldier will never be substituted with something in the trench, but the means, the drones, observation, reconnaissance drones have substituted reconnaissance aircraft or foot reconnaissance, correction, observation. So it's allowed people to use people for other tasks. Robotic systems are used at the moment in our core. 50% of logistics is used by them. Other 50% are vampires or heavy bombers and others. So they all logistics currently is based on technological processes. Speaking about the kill zone, it's a distance of 10 to 20 kilometers. It is very difficult for vehicles to approach front line 20 kilometers. It's very difficult. We are moving further, and every day technologies take over more and more processes from foot soldiers. But on the other hand, the enemies use the same. And the soldier in the trench is subject to attack by all the technologies in the front line, various types of distance influence. All that is focused on infantrymen, and this works both sides. And those win are not those who invented technologies or decided how to use it, but those who can upscale it at a longer distance and use it. We all remember FPV, how they appeared, how we were ahead of all in this, but now it's not like that. That's why I'm calling upon the youth represented here. Technologies should be upscaled, should become more and more new technological means of attack should be used, because we should not allow ourselves to lose in technological scale. And because we will never have more people than the enemy, we should use our technologies to amplify our opportunities and abilities. We still have about 17 minutes, which I asked you to reserve for your answering your questions. Please raise your hand, and some of the assistants will come to you with the microphone. And please speak as briefly as possible, and say who you address your question to. Good afternoon. I'm Artem Kiselov, military instructor, and the author of the book, Instructor, the Combat Spirit. My question is to Yuri. What is more important for the troops, technologies or psychological preparation? And the second question, what technologies have really changed the course of warfare in 2025? In fact, it's a very broad question. What is the main challenge for Ukrainians? People who are present here, they do not solve. We also are troubled by attacks in order to reduce the number of hits at our infrastructure. First of all, we have to start seeing the enemy at the expense of radars. Who is producing radars? Our partners. Ukraine doesn't produce enough radars. It is obvious that solving the 17-to-1 radar is about 6 military. Those people who are present here in this room, mainly girls, will they serve as operators of a radar? A radar operator, believe me, every one of you can be a radar operator. That's why the issue of formation of a single electronic environment became one of the key points in the air combat. And the second, speaking about the front line, maybe the major attack drones now are fiber optic drones. Russians are better than Ukrainian. This because they get direct supply of better component and optical fiber from China. As a result, Ukrainian armed forces face the big problem because they hit logistics. And it's a very big problem for the military. It's not only about ammunition, it's about evacuation of wounded personnel, medical protocols. The partners who drafted these protocols using tourniquets for assisting wounded people were based on the assumption that the helicopter would evacuate people, and nobody thought that the soldier would not be evacuated by a helicopter from the battlefield. So now you could use 2 soldiers to evacuate a wounded person from the front line, and they will risk their lives. So accordingly, we developed the robotic systems. I'm grateful to our colleagues from other units who are among the advanced units who developed those systems. And we use their experience using robotics evacuation systems. And the next, what Roman Kostenko said, that in 2026 we will see absolutely different battlefield, where there will be 20-25 kilometers to the enemy, will be the green territory, where our infantry will be situated. Everything would be done to help the infantrymen to survive under this difficult situation of total kill zone. So this is the major issues. Radars, drones, interceptors, and fiber optic drones. They are game changers at the moment. But when we recruit people, we will not promise you that you will be, if you are pilots of the drones, you will be sitting somewhere in Kyiv and operate the drone. But the enemy decided to separate engineers and pilots. Engineers will be sitting close to the front line, and the pilots will be sitting somewhere far away. It's an issue of money and flight experience, and they know that pilots need more experience. The same with us. We need to cover the combat line and then to divide the experts in using technologies. And even more, I'm sure that there is no person in this room who would not be able to cope with those modern technologies. You just need to be persistent.
Я не знаю, як з того вийти. В мене воюють дівчата по 18-19 років.
I have girls, 18-19-year-old, fighting with us. These are kids who are fighting with us on Pokrovsk area. And they allow me to understand that there is nothing impossible in this world. The most important thing is what is inside you. And inside Ukrainians, there is a steel rod inside. Speaking about technologies, I could say that in Ukraine, the enemy are actively working on automation of the processes. That's why I believe that the future belongs to automation. This is my understanding of this automation of management of troops, the automation of management like drones in multiple formations, and maybe in the future we'll see the operator sitting at the remote control and taken under control the air, where hundreds of drones would automatically fly, scan, photograph the enemy lines, come back for recharging and so on. I know that the work is in progress on this, so we may come to a situation where these gray zones will be fully automated. This is yet another point to what technologies can change and this automation of the processes for people to be subject to fewer threats. I remember when we were liberating Kherson, we had to attack, and there were many mobilized people. I used to say that this war will be won by those who will not get mobilized people on the battlefield, substitute them with other means. Thank you. More questions? I see a hand. Good morning. My question is about the fact that advancement takes place where teachers lost the war. I must say that in the system of education, the senior forms school children already start learning, studying how to defend Ukraine. I think that it's extremely important to implement, to introduce these programs at schools. I couldn't understand everything, how you are going to build our policy towards a younger generation kids in the area of national patriotic upbringing, because the senior school children once a month go to special training places, and I'm interested how this could be used for younger children as it is done for teenagers. We understand that the family should do everything, but how this could be done at the state level? It's a good question. I would look deeper into this question. I would say that the whole system of our society in the future should be based not on the full militarization, but on engagement of all elements of the society into preparation. And what other speakers said, the issue of medical support, elementary things like drones, technologies, should be studied at the junior school. I know that the Ministry of Defense is engaged into this sort of military education, but we have to divide it into certain ideological things, like stories about heroes and history of what's going on now, because it's already a weapon. Even the absence of Ukrainian content in YouTube, it's also a weapon, and we have to prepare children to this. I think this preparation should start earlier. Children should start understanding what the weapon is, not to militarize them, but to prepare them to defend their country against aggression. Once I read why there are no military activities against Northern Korea. They're the biggest enemy of the United States, and we understand that the countries
the estimate is that if attacked, 90% of the population of that country would stand up to the enemy and will fight with arms in their hands. That's what their calculation is. Then when it comes to school, perhaps we should think of the culture of handling weapons or arms. We have to educate young people that there should be special culture of handling weapons, and perhaps we should also introduce the permits for the legitimate ownership of arms, and each community should be developing such culture through shooting ranges, through accessibility of technologies, including Miltech. So we have to develop this culture, and that will be a factor of deterrence. And in the Ministry of Defense, there is a separate education department, and some of the MPs, like Roman Rozovsky, my comrade in Roms, and Ina Sovsun, promote this approach. And I know that the 3rd Assault Brigade and Assault and Achilles Brigade also contribute to that. So they participate in awareness raising amongst young children and teenagers. But you are right, there should be a policy in place, and we should start from early ages.
Давайте запитання і тоді туди і до.
Shall we start with the question and then comments if you need. Thank you very much for your work and for your presentations. I'm Vadim Baranets. I'm the PhD student of Chernivtsi University. So Yuri was right. Indeed, we don't have this national idea for Ukrainians, but we do know how the basic idea works in Azov or in the Achilles unit. How should we be stimulating the formulation of this national idea at this multi-layered and very diverse society of Ukraine? Look, you've heard our opinions on this issue. From the very beginning, from the young age, we should be speaking Ukrainian, we should be educating children about our history. Just since 2014, a lot has changed, and we already have this recent history. Since 2014, it is a history of war, of standing up to all of the attempts by the enemy to destroy us as a nation. So we should raise awareness of the children. We should explain it to them that their task is not just to rebuff aggression with aggression, but you should understand the historic roots. How many times Russian Empire or the Soviet Union fought against the Ukrainian language? What is the history of this war? So we should act as eye-openers to the young generation, explaining it to them why we should be developing along these lines, because if we are not prepared, we will be exterminated. So even if the conflict is frozen soon, it won't remain frozen long. And we won't be able to exhale and say everything is over. Thank you to the partners. Thank you to our comrades in arms. We can go back home. No, it won't be like this. We will have to be constantly combat prepared. We cannot relax, and we should be fully aware of that. That would not be an end. Russians will never let us be.
Я хотів звернутися до вас, ви задавали запитання. Ви дуже
You ask a question. I think you are very wrong if you ask people which are the ideas in Azov, in Kraken, in the Achilles unit. These are the people who are motivated in their heart, but they were not educated by schools or by the society. That's their inherent approach. We cannot migrate from this place. Ukraine will not be relocated. We will always be bordering on the Russian Federation. Russia will never disappear, and we will always be in those tense relations with the Russian Federation. And you might be politicians, you might be historians or philosophers, but you know that politicians are very receptive to sociology. They are listening to what people are saying because they need to echo then their words. They have to promise them what they want. Does everyone like the idea that your child would be educated to use technical medicine or tactical medicine techniques or the use of arms, etc. There is not a single parent who would like their children to be in combat. So politicians should make a very difficult but conscious choice and decision. They should introduce this education, military education, in the elementary schools and in high school and then at university. If we introduce this course of training Ukrainians as a nation, then should another incursion occur, then we will have people prepared, and their preparation will have lasted for 5 to 6 years, and you will see that they will be better prepared for the combat. Because the better soldier is the one who has been preparing for the combat for years, rather than 60 days, as is the case today. So what Roman is saying, if the adversary before attacking us assesses our combat capabilities, the number of missiles, tanks, munitions, etc., and then the morals, if they know that our people are combat ready rather than the equipment is combat ready, they will try to use other methods to affect us through politicians, through certain ideological attacks, etc. So you, when you become parents, you should appreciate that for your children and your grandchildren not to have to go to war, they have to be prepared. If you wish peace, get prepared for the war. Thank you very much, and I thank to all the panelists that was called Code of War. We spoke about new technologies and motivation that drives us as well as our adversary. So if you could thank yet again Victoria Tkachenko, Mykola Makar-Zinkevich, Mikita Razdva Natochi, Yuri Fedorenko, and Roman Kostenko, who have been with us at this panel. Thank you very much. Now we will have a video address that was specifically recorded for Kyiv Security Forum by Executive Vice President of the European Commission for Technological Sovereignty, Security and Democracy. Her name is Hanna Virkunen. Пані і панове, щиро дякую панові Арсенію Яценюку, голові Київського безпекового форуму, за організацію цього заходу та за його люб'язне запрошення. Ви, українська молодь, є майбутнім нашої чудової країни. Ваша безпека є надзвичайно важливою. Кілька тижнів тому я побувала в Києві і була надзвичайно вражена мужністю України та вашою стійкістю й опірністю. Сила, яку ви продемонстрували, значною мірою базується на вражаючих технологічних можливостях та талантах України, зокрема у сфері кодування. Програмування. Суверенітет і опірність залежать від висококваліфікованої робочої сили. Україна продемонструвала це нам усім і стала для нас прикладом для наслідування. У Європейському Союзі ми поставили собі амбітні цілі в цій галузі. Принаймні 80% населення повинні мати базові цифрові навички. І ми прагнемо до 2030 року мати спеціалістів в галузі інформаційно-комунікаційних технологій. З кодуванням та алгоритмами працювати недостатньо. Ми хочемо, щоб молоді люди могли орієнтуватися та творити в цифровому світі. Ми спостерігаємо зростання важливості технологій подвійного призначення, як от штучний інтелект і мікрочіпи, та їхню ключову роль для нашої оборони. Те саме стосується програмування. Окрім інвестицій у навички наших громадян, ми також повинні прагнути збільшити інвестиції в технології подвійного призначення. Мої служби та я особисто підтримуємо Україну у подоланні викликів, пов'язаних з агресивною війною Росії, зокрема з точки зору технологій та кібербезпеки. Ми співпрацюємо
building in the country, including through the working arrangement between the EU Cybersecurity Agency and the Ukrainian Cybersecurity Authority. This is a mutually beneficial exercise, as the EU can learn a lot from Ukraine's experience in fending off cyber threats. We are also ready to facilitate Ukraine's access to the EU Cybersecurity Reserve for rapid response and immediate recovery. Another important area of our cooperation is high-performance computing and artificial intelligence. We are also supporting Ukraine's integration into the digital single market. We will soon welcome Ukraine in the EU roaming area. We are looking forward to integrating Ukraine into our work on the EU digital wallet, and we are supporting Ukraine's early integration into EU's legal framework for digital services and markets. We are also promoting Ukraine's participation in EU-funded digital programs. Our joint efforts aim at sovereign and prosperous Ukraine, able to offer to its youth and all its citizens security and the opportunities they dream of and deserve.
Ми прослухали спеціальне відеозвернення.
This was a special video address specifically recorded for Kyiv Security Forum by Hanna Virkunen, Executive Vice President of the European Commission. And we are moving on to our next panel. It is called Code of Diplomacy. We are welcoming our esteemed panelists, Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary of the French Republic to Ukraine, Gaël Versière, Your Excellency. Then we have Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary of Sweden to Ukraine, Mr. Martin Åberg, Your Excellency. Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary of the Republic of Latvia to Ukraine, Andreas Pilgevičius.
Пані надзвичайний повноважний посол.
Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary of Republic of Lithuania to Ukraine, Inga Stanita Toluchkene. Your Excellency, welcome.
Отже, пані і панове,
So, ladies and gentlemen,
в цій панелі
we are going to discuss now support of Ukraine's technologies and innovations by our partner countries, by those who stand with us, who support us, particularly when it comes to the new program recently launched, Pearl, funded by the EU member states and two more countries that are not members of Australia. 2 days ago, Australia and New Zealand announced that they would be part of the Pearl program and contribute to it. The Pearl program finances priority requirements of Ukraine. It is funded by European NATO allies, and it plans to raise till the end of 2025 a record-breaking amount of 5 billion. Each of the countries that are represented in this panel today have been with this program since the first day. My first question goes to the French ambassador, Mr. Gaël Versière.
робити трошки повільніше, тому що у нас здійснюється паралельний переклад. Отже,
I'll do it slower because we have simultaneous interpretation. Your Excellency, France is an extremely important partner of Ukraine, and it was proved recently during the fourth state visit of the President of France, Mr. Macron, to China. And President Macron said that the purpose of his visit to China is the effort to stop the war in Ukraine, and he addressed the leader of China, Xi Jinping, with the request to put pressure on Putin to bear and to stop striking the energy system of Ukraine. In your opinion, Your Excellency, how this public diplomacy vis-à-vis China, India and other countries of Global South can be successful?
Okay, does it work? So, just a few words to say how happy I am to be here on this Kyiv Security Forum. I'm a great fan of this forum. So, thank you very much for having me today. About your question, actually, I do think that it's key to engage with international partners, and I don't really like the expression, but Global South. Actually, there is a battle of narrative. There is very strong Russian narrative saying, well, we know all these scraps, but Ukraine is losing anyway, and so on and so forth. And at the same time, in our partners in the South, there are very strict commitment to global rules, including sovereignty and so on and so forth. But at the same time, well, there is a will to accommodate with Russia, and sometimes there are willingness to oppose the Americans, if we would say things a bit bluntly. So definitely we need to engage with them. And this is what President Macron is doing in his state visits actually right now in China. Does that mean that there is a reasonable chance to convince China of our vision, which is of course that we should fully support Ukraine on this? Well, unfortunately, I think that would be too ambitious. But at least, I mean, it's very important to exchange and to be convincing, to explain to China that their interest is definitely not, certainly not a Russian victory, God forbid, but also that actually they have something to lose in this, and that because they don't support directly the Russian military, but letting some of their innovation capabilities, some of their so-called private companies actually supporting the war effort of Russia is actually detrimental for the stability that China is so interested into. And actually is detrimental for China itself. We have, of course, same discussions with other big partners, India in particular, which is a bit easier because they have more neutral view on the war. But also you have to engage with South Africa, you have to engage with other African countries, Brazil, Argentina, and so on and so forth. So there is a huge diplomatic effort on this. And I must say that the is actually one of the key things on which we have to engage also these Global South countries, because we know that Russia is using massively these kind of technologies, including from these partners and others, and we have to work on that. Maybe I should stop here so that we can have more.
Yeah, thank you, Ambassador. I think we will have more time just for questions from the floor. І своє наступне запитання я адресую.
And my next question is to the Ambassador of Sweden in Ukraine, Mr. Martin Åberg. Today we see that Russia has increased the number of hybrid attacks with the use of drones who actively spy, including over the territories of NATO. What should NATO and Sweden in particular would focus on to counteract as good as possible the technologies of Russia, the technologies which are being developed very rapidly and pose a direct threat to NATO countries, primarily to countries of Northern Europe and Scandinavia that Russia is focusing on, obviously.
Thank you for the question. First of all, I think that your question has already been answered by one of the earlier speakers, because the country that is the very best today at detecting and shooting down drones is actually Ukraine, which means that we need to work together, which again builds on the whole premise of this conference, as well as on this panel. Beyond the pure detection, we also have the challenge of attribution. We don't really know who is sending them up all the time. They circle around our airports, they circle around some of our sensitive objects, but it's not always clear who sends them up. The drones can be either something, for example, the ones that flew into Poland were clearly the same kind that fly over Ukraine. Some of the ones circling around strategic Swedish objects are normal Chinese-made civilian drones, and it's not quite clear who sends them up there. So I think we need to work together in order both to improve the detection, but also in order to bring them out, and in that way perhaps also be able to attribute them.
Thank you, Ambassador. Моє наступне запитання надзвичайному повноваженому послу Республіки.
Thank you. My question to Andris Pilodigovičius. Your Excellency, in May this year, I attended the Summit of Drone, which was held in the capital of Latvia, and I was impressed how the school children in your country are engaged in developing drones, assembling drones, using drones, and this clearly shows the strategy which the government of your country sees in this work. Since you are in the zone of threat, which Russia obviously is going to ramp up in your region, what do you think Russia will be trying to focus its main attention on in order to undermine your national security? And how can we make up for the advantage of the Russians which they are gaining on the battlefield in Ukraine?
Here at the Security Forum, indeed, Latvia is very much familiar with the threats, hybrid threats, what you are alluding to. We were one of the first countries in the region facing cyber attacks, countries facing systemic hybrid threats in terms of disinformation, misinformation. And indeed, I think this is one of your slogans, always to be one step ahead of the enemy. This is what we are trying to do in our region. And exactly, we are trying to partner with the like-minded countries. We are trying to expand our cooperation with Ukraine. We are one of the leading states in the drone coalition, and I think over the 2 years we have shown that this family of partners can grow beyond Europe. We have New Zealand, Australia, Canada in this effort. And we are trying also, not just in declarations, but in practical terms, learn from Ukraine as much as possible. We train about 4,000 Ukrainian soldiers in Latvia, but we are trying to simulate something similar with another direction. And you Ukrainians are one of the best trainers in that regard. So it's an equal partnership, and I think I support what the French ambassador said. We have to use every platform globally. We fight, we are in Europe, we clearly see Ukraine as a part of European, EU, NATO space in the future. We support each other in every possible way. We support AI development, which has been alluded as well here, including AI application of the languages. We are living in English space, speaking broken English to each other, but we cannot forget our national languages. So this is also part of our effort with our companies. And of course, physical presence here in Ukraine, I think it's very important for the business, for the military, for technology experts. And I think in the future also more joint projects, joint production in the Baltics, here in Ukraine. We have to move faster than our adversary, and this is the commitment from Latvia, from business, from the government, from civil service. Thank you.
Дякую, пане посол. І пані надзвичайний повноважний посол Литовської Республіки.
Thank you. Your Excellency Inga Stanita Tolochkine, we've seen the use of hybrid mechanism against your country, like the use of illegal migrants from the territory of Belarus into your country. That was a purposeful operation of the Russian special services. In Ukraine, we once built a wall which was unique and built by Mr. Yatsenyuk. He was criticized for that by something, but I think it is a technological wall like that which should be one of the best ways to counteract illegal migration, apart from other things. In your opinion, what you will have to encounter in the near future? If subversion groups, for instance, under the guise of illegal migrants, will be more actively used by Russia in the future?
Maybe I'll start by really thanking for having me here today, because this audience, to me, it represents really the best of Ukraine, the engine, the current engine and the future engine of both its resilience and its innovation. And in response to your question, basically, yes, this wave of instrumentalized illegal migration, it has been something Lithuania used to deal several years ago. Basically, right now, we feel like we are already past that, even if some efforts continue, but building of the physical wall, actually, or fence has helped a lot. Currently, we are facing yet another very creative method of actually trying to distract us, to maybe divert our attention, to move our attention to things which are of secondary importance, or should be of secondary importance in the face of the threats we are facing. So air balloons. Lately, what Lithuania and Vilnius is dealing with is this orchestrated yet again in a very clear systemic manner wave of air balloons which fly very high in the skies, and that's why it's pretty difficult to use ordinary anti-drone solutions, because that's something completely different, and which disrupts then civil aviation, which makes, because Vilnius is very much comparable with Kharkiv in terms of its geographic location, 40 kilometers from the border. So Vilnius International Airport, well, quite often has to stop its operation because of those air balloons. So that's what we are dealing with right now, also engaging with our Ukrainian partners and looking for joint solutions, because to me, working and living in Ukraine, it's very obvious that innovation is being developed close to the front line and not somewhere else. So yes, in terms of the future, it's difficult to predict, because really those neighbors of ours, basically they have unlimited creativity when it comes to new methods, how to disrupt our normal lives. So it's difficult to predict what we are facing in the future. What is very clear to me, though, is that at this point of time, Russia really looks, Russia and Belarus along, they look emboldened. Most likely they feel or they think or they anticipate that with one more maximum push, one more maximum pressure on Ukraine and its allies, they can actually break our will to resist. And then the only thing we must do actually is to prove that the contrary is the case, that we are here to stay, that we will continue what we do, that we will only increase and step up our joint collaborations, because for a country like Lithuania, which is not a big country, let's say, which is on the same front line essentially, which is also trying its best to boost right now its own defense, it's very obvious that also we need to invest as much as possible into Ukraine's defense industry and then into developing our joint partnerships as well. Because in the future, that's my firm belief, Ukraine will not only be one of partners in terms of securing Europe, but one of main pillars of the future European security architecture, unless we fail it completely, and I deeply believe that we will not fail it. Yes, every drone which is created, also created by this generation in shelters, in garages of Kyiv, every piece of code you are creating to improve accuracy of artillery, every innovation you come up with is also protecting my country. That's the firm belief on our side, and that's why, apart from boosting as rapidly as we can our own defenses, we are also one of those countries which are investing using, let's call it Lithuanian version of the Danish model, investing into Ukraine's defense industry, investing into the best sanction Ukraine has invented against Russia's war economy, which is deep strikes. And yes, also working hard to actually bring and try to combine some components, innovative solutions from Lithuania, such as infrared technology-based low-cost cameras to make your drones more effective at night and bad weather conditions. That's just one example of many other things we are trying to do. And apart from Pearl, we will also be using SAFE to try to scale up all those efforts. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam Ambassador. У нас залишається 20 хвилин для ваших запитань. Прошу бути максимально лаконічним.
We have 20 minutes for your questions. Please be brief as possible and say who you address your question to.
Good afternoon. First of all, thank you for this discussion. I have a question connected with the European Union. So we know that the EU is a great project, but it should be, I think, it should be updated as to the times where we are living in, as the aggressor is coming from the Russian side and different other authoritarian regimes. So what do you think? How should the EU as a project change in terms of decision-making and security cooperation? Thank you. It's a question maybe to all EU member states. So thank you.
Yeah, we'll start with Coalition of the Willing, Ambassador.
Okay, Coalition of the Willing and the EU are not exactly the same thing. Actually, you have Canada, New Zealand in the Coalition of the Willing. But definitely, it's interesting because precisely because the EU is very strong and key, but not enough. And this is the reason why, fundamental reason why Coalition in the Willing was created in the first place. So we have to think, well, so it's good to have ad hoc format like this Coalition of the Willing. And it's good also because it gives an impetus to the EU member states and EU institutions who participate into the Coalition of the Willing, actually, well, with some exceptions, to be prepared and to be more active. Then there is a question how to make decisions and how to think about and how to react. I think inside the Coalition of the Willing, it's a very clear intergovernmental traditional thing. So it can be pretty it can be complicated, but it can be pretty straightforward when there is really a political will. And for the time being, this is the case. So let's hope it will continue to do so, including if one day we can deploy this multinational force in the framework of a ceasefire, of a coalition of a willing. Inside the EU, of course, it's much more complicated because we have rules and regulations, and all this is very clear. It's true that sometimes unanimity in these matters is a problem, and there are ways, technical ways around that, complicated, but still it does exist. And it's true also that, if you look only at the Ukraine issue, you can say, war of Russia against Ukraine, you can say, okay, let's get rid of unanimity and in these matters and move forward. Problem is that actually you would create a precedent, and lots of member states are hesitating because actually there are other subjects on which, well, they could not give up on this. So we are in the middle of this. I think that at the end of the day, there are only tools. What is really important is the political will. And for this, I think political commitment, very high-level meetings such as the European Council's next one being in a few days actually, are very key. So the EU is very strong to find some technical ways to impossible technical problems. So I think we should just rely on that. But what is key is to nourish and to further deepen the political will. And this, of course, is also a case of discussions with Ukraine, but also commitments with other partners, including, of course, with the United States.
Thank you. If you allow me to answer your question a little bit philosophically about the European Union, the success, but also part of the curse of the European Union is that it's 27 states who have chosen to pool their sovereignty. Not fully, but partially. And for that we have, as you described very well, made up a set of rules of how to make decisions. This can be frustrating, not only to Ukraine, not only to other partners, not only to ourselves. And I would say that if you look over time, there's a discussion on qualified majority voting inside the European Union. And if you look over time, the number of countries who have agreed to or even want to see us change to that to a greater extent has increased. I am myself a representative of a country who for a long time felt that our only protection was to have that veto, the unanimity. But both because of Ukraine and because of other dramas that have played out inside the European Union, Sweden has changed and is now ready to go for qualified majority voting in some specific areas, maybe not in every scenario, but including some of the foreign policy decisions. I would also like to support what my French colleague said on political will. At the end of the day, if you look at the decision making, if you look at, for example, the start of the war, the European Union was able to take a number of decisions that nobody thought it would be able to take. I was at the time what is called a European correspondent. That means I supported my foreign minister in making decision in the Foreign Affairs Council. We had 4 Foreign Affairs Councils in 1 week, that week that the full-scale invasion started. And we got down to some decisions that nobody thought was possible. So it's there, but I agree with the premise of your question. We do have to work on our decision-making and how we make our decisions.
Thank you. Maybe just to highlight a couple of points to show that EU is changing. When it comes to Latvia, we have 20 years of experience, and I think in the course of the years we have seen quite profound transformation of the Union. And as you might know, probably in this current composition of the Commission, we have for the first time Commissioner dealing with defense, and this is a representative of Lithuania. We have much more intimate coordination of the foreign and security policy. We have a big debate about defense budgets, and I think countries represented on this panel are showing the desired threshold of the finance. I think we have more understanding within the Union that countries cannot use only peace dividends and security provided by NATO or by some of EU member states and not contributing to the common European pot. And of course, when it comes to the hard security, NATO is the only game in town in Europe at the moment. But there is a more and more coordination between EU and NATO than ever before. And last maybe point on sanctions. I think again, with all criticism, which is valid, I think we have had extraordinary coordination on that front of the common external policy. So it's a living organism, and I think overall it's moving in the right direction. Thanks.
Well, basically, I'm myself very much an EU person, basically having started with Lithuania's EU accession, and then having worked in Brussels, well, 10 years ago in that time span. I can only subscribe to what colleagues said, that in terms of the unity, in terms of the recognition of all those threats we are facing, we've never been as united as we are, as the majority of the member states. Now, when it comes to this systemic issue of systemic obstruction of the decision-making process, definitely we need to concentrate on that much more than we do it now. That's Lithuania's perspective, because lately it has become really super difficult to move on any, especially Ukraine, but not only Ukraine-related tracks. And that's why, yes, most likely just focusing on the building this common strategic culture, which used to be a very European way of moving forward, is not sufficient actually to address this issue. So we must concentrate on that, and we must find ways to actually neutralize this obstruction.
Thank you, Ambassador. Будь ласка.
My name is Rita, and we don't live in Soviet Union time, fortunately, so we can talk about it. We all remember the last, one of the biggest or even biggest corruption scandal in Ukrainian history, named Minzhit-gate. I mean the situation with business partners of Volodymyr Zelensky. My question is, what is your opinion about it, and how do you think? Will this in any way affect international assistance and support to Ukraine? Thank you.
Ну, кому питання? Any?
The question to whom?
It's quite a difficult, actually, question to answer. Just anyone, please.
So to answer your question, of course, fight against corruption is key, and the credibility of fight against corruption is key for the continuation of the international support. It's because, well, that's the way our societies are organized. This said, and about the specific case you mentioned, actually President Zelensky was in Paris last Monday, and he had more or less the same question you asked. And his answer was to say, well, fight against corruption is key, and in this case, some measures were taken. And actually, the fact that there is an issue demonstrates that the independent investigative bodies are doing their work, and the reason why they are here. And actually, it is to the credit of Ukraine as a democracy to be able to face these things and to fix it, as long as it is fixed, of course. But my point is that, and this is what my president tried to express, and you would never have had such a scandal in Russia, because in Russia there is no corruption, because nobody would say that there is corruption, because nobody is independent to say that there is any corruption. And if anybody would be bold enough to do this, I think that his life expectancy would be pretty short. So actually, it is rather to the credit of Ukraine to tackling this. But of course, as I mentioned at the beginning, It's true that the credibility of the fight against corruption is key for international support, it's key for the war, it's key for EU accession, it's key for OECD accession, it's key for the IMF, it's key globally. So of course it plays an important role.
I was going to say pretty much the same thing. What I tell Stockholm is that this is a sign that the system is working. And to answer your question, I think institutions are extremely important. Let the institutions do their work. Let the system work as it should, because that is the key in Europe. That's a very European answer, actually. But I also agree with you. There is a risk to donor willingness from corruption. But I think drawing the conclusion that we should not expose corruption is the wrong answer to that. We need to deal with it, and we need to do forward, because we need to feel confident that you are able to deal with it, which this is one example of.
I agree with colleagues. Just very shortly, of course, functioning courts, functioning rule of law system, it's a sine qua non for the accession talks. And regardless of the size of the issue or matter, these issues will be very much examined in the course of the coming years. I think on this panel we are very much rooting for your membership in the European Union. We hope that it will happen sooner than later. We hope that the window of opportunity will be opened. And of course this chapter will be one of the most carefully looked at by the European officials, by the European politicians. And I think, of course, I think the general message from the European Union is that support is not for granted. We stand ready to support Ukraine as much as possible with the membership, but at the end of the day, it would be up to the ability of the Ukrainian institutions to function. And of course, I will not go into details, but when courts are not able to make decisions for 5 years or 8 years and longer, be it commercial disputes, be it some other disputes, administrative disputes, that would be not the appropriate speed, what Europe expects. And I'm saying this as the most probably ardent supporter of Ukraine's integration to the European Union. Thank you.
Well, from our perspective, actually, yes, each and every crisis situation, however unpleasant, is also an opportunity for a fresh start, for a qualitative leap, for a change. And that's something we are very much looking forward to. Also, keeping in mind that, yes, as my Latvian colleague said, sooner rather than later. So basically, Lithuania is of a very strong position that Ukraine must be part of the next EU enlargement wave. And you may have noticed several weeks ago, the European Commission has come up, has not only published its progress reports for all the candidate countries, but it already has come up with a public assessment that it is realistic to expect the next EU enlargement to take place by 2030. So that means that time span for a qualitative leap is rather short. Let's do everything possible and impossible to make a maximum use of it.
Дякую. Коли ми говоримо, я маю запитання до всіх.
Thank you. I've got a question to ask of all the panelists. When we speak about today, we cannot but refer to very difficult negotiations around reparation loan. And German Chancellor even announced that he will be visiting Belgium to discuss this issue with the Belgian government. And we know that it's in Belgium that the depository, Euroclear depository for the Russian money is. So how realistic is it to expect a positive solution of this issue for Ukraine, which acutely needs this money before the war is over? And as part of the discussion, we see that some EU member states say that it should be a prerequisite for the peace negotiations and peace agreement, peace deal with Ukraine. So what should precede what? What's the sequence?
I don't think that, you know, I'm not convinced that there should be a prerequisite for peace negotiations, but it's up to Ukraine, of course, but there is no prerequisite from outside. This said, the EU reparation loan or whatever solution for bringing very important, significant financial support to Ukraine for the next years and not only for the next weeks, I think is key. And it is key for an obvious reason because of a lack of financing for the budget of Ukraine for the next years and for the needs that Ukraine does have for its defense. So obviously there is a huge responsibility of us together in the EU to find a solution to this. For the time being, I was very optimistic because I thought we were nearly there, but apparently the Belgian difficulty is really strong. Now there has been a new proposal by the Commission 2 days ago. Discussion is going to develop, and we have a European Council in a few days. And I'm quite confident, because the EU is quite smart in finding some technical fixes, usually, that a solution could be found here. So that the huge amount of money which is actually needed could be guaranteed for Ukraine. It does mean to be able to find some good answers, not only technical but political, to what Belgium actually says, and actually some of these questions are pretty legitimate. One of them being, how do you share the risk? And we know in the EU that at the end of the day, sharing the risk is what the EU is about. So we have to do this in a way or the other for this big money for Ukraine. Finally, of course, it would make a lot of sense politically to have this, to go into the direction proposed by the Commission, because it's a way to use the Russian frozen assets. There are other technical possibilities on the table, actually, including joint borrowing from the EU, whatever, which might be less politically attractive. But I think that at the end of the day, it's key that we would find something that would work, because I think Ukraine does need this money. And after a few months, next year, if the money doesn't come, it could be actually a catastrophe. So I'm fairly confident that because the stakes are so high, a solution would be found that would take into account Belgium's concerns.
If you allow me again to be a little bit philosophical, Ukraine is fighting, not of course for its own life, for its right to be Ukraine, but also for our security. We need to help Ukraine do that. Including financially. If you sort of boil it down to where the money can come from, there are basically three options. We can do it through our budgets, which is being done right now, with some of us paying a lot, some others paying a little bit less. Some of us having a good financial positions, others in greater difficulties. So this is a difficult way forward. We can do it through common borrowing, which, as you said, is politically contentious and would have implications for much more than just how to finance Ukraine, because it has to do with what the European Union really is. The third option, which is palatable, is the frozen assets. It's obvious it's there. We recognize the concerns of Belgium, but the Swedish position is extremely clear. Do it now. Whether through a loan or another way, it's not super important. I am fundamentally an optimist that we will find a way to do this, even though, as we said during the first question, our decision-making processes can be very frustrating at times.
Maybe just a couple of points. When it comes to accountability for the Russian crimes, we certainly support Ukrainian red lines, and we believe that anything related to the commission of Register of Damages, project for reparations, special tribunal for the crime of aggression, we clearly support that, and we believe that these things are completely non-negotiable. On the financial support for Ukraine, for your knowledge, Nordic Baltic constituency in Washington on IMF is the most vocal supporter of Ukraine. And as my colleagues have said, Latvia will support a kind of solidarity when it comes to this issue in the next forthcoming EU Council. Thank you.
Not much to add, but this is not only a matter of security for Ukraine, this is a matter of security for Europe. So we must find a solution now.
У нас час тільки для одного запитання.
We've only got time for one more question, please.
Good afternoon. European countries are investing in defense-related projects in Ukraine. What specific criteria do your governments use to identify which project they will support? And how those projects should align with your national defense and foreign policy? It's a question for who is ready to answer quickly. Thank you.
Well, I can start by challenging the premise of your question, because defense industry in Sweden is fully private. We don't have a state defense industry, so the government cannot tell our defense industry what to do. That being said, we have signed an innovation partnership with Ukraine in order to facilitate this, and I think we're all aware of the potentially largest business deal between Sweden and Ukraine. The Gripen aircraft is being negotiated also with the participation of the state. I think we are very much aligned with your interests and want to cooperate, but the state does not tell the companies what to do.
I think when it comes to Latvia, of course, we rely on the government of Ukraine, and as far as I know, I'm quite new here, but as far as I know, you have ministry or government-supported businesses, and there are some absolutely private businesses. So we inquire first from the government, and then, of course, we are in a listening mode when it comes to the private companies. Same from Latvia. We have about 50 companies from Latvia partnering with Ukraine on about 200 different projects. And of course, we do internal screenings. In terms of the niches, we concentrate mostly on drones, IT, cyber. Sort of these are the mains which are most developed in Latvia itself. We don't go for something what we are not that familiar with. Thank you.
When it comes to Lithuania, we have several tracks talking about this Lithuanian version of the Danish model. This is gov-to-gov, and in that respect, this is based on Ukrainian needs, but also Lithuanian needs, to be honest, because it's a very obvious interest for us to contribute as much as possible to Ukraine's success in actually limiting Russia's war economy. And likewise, we are naturally interested in developing joint production in that same field. When it comes to business track, that's where definitely the government has no say. And right now, there are several lines of conversations between Ukrainian and Lithuanian businesses, including on localizing production based on Ukrainian technologies in Lithuania. Thank you.
Maybe very, very shortly, because lots have been said already. Yes, of course, the business-to-business there is no direct link with the government, but at the same time, you can have some public tools to give a direction or to support more clearly some kind of investments. You can, for example, take part of a risk if the private company has got to borrow some money. So you can guarantee part of this loan, or you can bring some public money into the venture at some point. So there are ways to deal with that. Obviously, it's up to firstly to the Ukrainian authorities and to the Ukrainian army to define what the current priorities are for them, and we are here to support that, obviously. But also it has to match our own views of what is a priority, both in Ukraine but for us. And at the same time, I think what is really key is that we would produce both in Ukraine and in France or in all our countries equipments, military equipments that can be used at the same time by the Ukrainian army, but also by our own forces. And definitely in Ukraine, there is added value. Well, there are technologies here for interceptors, drones, for example, that nobody has in the world. So there is a huge added value, huge incentives, also from our side, actually, to do that jointly and to learn from Ukraine. So it's a win-win thing. But it's clear that we have to deal with the fact that the main actors are private. So we have to convince them to some extent. Yeah.
Thank you so much, all members of this panel, which is called Code of Diplomacy. Дуже дякую всім учасникам нашої панелі. Прошу вас подякувати оплесками надзвичайному повноважному послу Франції в Україні пану Гелю Весьєру, надзвичайному повноважному послу Королівства Швеції в Україні Мартіну Обергу, надзвичайному повноважному послу Латвійської Республіки Андрісу Пілдеговичу і надзвичайному повноважному послу Литовської Республіки в Україні пані Інзі Станіте Толочкіні. Дуже дякую всім. Зараз у нас коротка кава-брейк, яка якнайкраще сприяє відновленню, але також скористайтеся, будь ласка, можливістю навчатися в перерві. Можете підійти до інструктора з тактичної медицини, а також Кілхаус Екедемі 3-го штурмового бригади для того, аби спробувати себе в якості пілота FPV. Дуже дякую, зустрінемося вже за 20 хвилин.
Слава Україні!
Нам не вистачає. Тараса не вистачає.
Це хто буде зараз?
Отже, друзі, я думаю, ми можемо...
So, friends, I think we can start. I'm Yana Brinze. I'm a journalist and a TV anchor. And it is my honor to be here at this panel. Taras is going to join us in a second. He's already here, as I've been told. So please, Taras, welcome. Join us. Come to us. Whatever. So now we're going to speak about the code of technologies and how technologies are changing the nature of our combat realities. I've seen an advert of one of the brigades, and it said that drones should fight. Who should fight is drones. But we understand that no technology can be operational if there are no people to properly use them. Therefore, within the next 45 minutes, I hope that our major topic will be about the limits of technologies. What is workable now, what is a thing of the future, and I think that we have the best qualified people for this. We have Bosch here, callsign Bosch, from Anti-Aircraft Missile Regiment, the 3rd Army Corps. Please, a round of applause. Taras Rukashevsky, co-founder of Roboniers Company. Serhiy Mokrenyuk, Deputy Director for Development, Atlon Avia. Igor Berhovenko, co-founder of CPO Air3F. Andriy Zazula, pilot engineer, R&D division, the 1st Corps Azov, National Guard of Ukraine. I would like to start by asking the same question to all the panelists. What are you currently working on now? You have R&D laboratories that enhance what is being used at the front line. So what are you working on, and what are your flagship products so that we better understand what we are dealing with here? Bosch, please, the floor is yours. Okay, thank you. I have some 6 minutes, right? Well, I will stop you. That is why I'd like to start with a bit of an intro, and then I'll take your question. I'd like to explain my background to you. Before the war, I was a university teacher. We had an international program, something in between the mathematics, computer sciences, and biology, and we were kind of trying to implement that in real life. That was abroad. Then the war, the full-scale war started, and I had to come back here. And that was not an obvious choice. I came here in 2022. I was in Chernihiv region with my family when it was in Chernihiv Oblast when it was occupied. On 2022, I was not recruited, and then I came back to teaching. Then I started volunteering. Then, but finally, I decided to switch to technical research and development. At that time, everyone was dealing with everything. There was not focused work and understanding what we have to do. By 2024, I understood that I can do more, and at that time I started looking for my place in the army. At that time, the question for me was where to go to defense industry or to the military. I wanted to use my potential to the full. And that choice was not obvious. We have a lot of Ukrainian companies present here. I respect them in defense industry. The salaries are better, but maybe the prospects are better. But the question is where I can make most of the difference. The defense industry also is beset by problems because the lag between the producers and consumers is huge. Sometimes feedback is being ignored or just not heeded. The main question for me was where is the biggest shortage of technical experts? And the biggest shortage of technical experts was in the military. So when we speak about defense industry, any company on the market primarily has the task, which is obvious, to make money. This is not a reproach. This is just a statement of fact. But the main thing for the army is to win the war. That's why, for me, the military was where I finally decided to be. I was not very much over your Rambo. I had my own fears, my uncertainties. You hope that you don't know where you're going to end up finally. What I'm saying this for is just for the young people who are present here, so they understand that in 10 years' time from today, if they go to the military, they understand that this is the right choice. The case, it was the case with me at least. I'm sure that it's better for me if I was in the 3rd Army Corps. But anyway, even if it is not the 3rd Army Corps, the choice if you join the military will be right. Going back to your question, I tried to bring to the army the knowledge that I gained in the institute, at the university, and abroad. This is something that is ignored sometimes, that you have to start from literature, then simulation, mathematical modules, and only at the final stages we produce some tangible product. But in our case, we start from production and then use the best way to go about it. But it's not always the case. So the mathematical and scientific approaches, which normally are used just in research institutions, can be very helpful for the army. This is the way we work. We do this for air defense in our anti-aircraft regiment, and I think that we're doing a good job. Andriy, you are at the front line from 2024 as well, and you take an active part in developing the technologies when they're already at quite a high level. Your R&D laboratory with Azov, what are the main tasks and goals of your laboratory? I'm happy to welcome everyone here, my brethren in arms, and the young people in the audience. Speaking about research and development, I'd like to emphasize that we primarily take a look at the situation on the market. We work out the ideas which are already present there. We test them, trying to align them with the characteristics of the producers. We assess them for combat worthiness, and we try to come up with the relevant solutions before the product is finally used. When we assess one decision or another, we are guided by the main principle, people-centrism, in the application of these products. When we speak about certain solutions, they normally are born in the minds of people who are far away from the front line, and they assess the operational capability of this product depending on the circumstances in which they live. And in this context, it is difficult to foresee all the problems that might arise on the battlefield. Our team is very young, and we deal with translating these decisions from the right angle from which we think would be the most efficient way to use them. Thank you, Taras. So let's speak about the experience of the producers. The ground unmanned vehicles is your flagship products. What are your main technologies are about? Thank you, welcome, and greetings to everyone. If there's a video, I would like to show it to you so that this would save me speaking a lot, and it will give you a better picture what it's all about.
Мабуть, гарне відео.
Well, it's a nice video. Well, actually, this video is nothing without the people who stand behind all that. And the panel gathered here for the sake of the people who are gathered in front of us, because we want to establish a large platform to develop a code, technological code, military code, or otherwise for these people. When I came to the front line, I came from Lviv to Kyiv, and my dad asked me, just like any dad would, maybe you should better cover your ass. Why do you go there? People go from Kyiv to Lviv and you go in the opposite direction. I don't know if this is our war or not. Just think about it. So I asked myself a question, whether this is the war of our generation, and I said to my dad, probably this is the war of your generation, because any war is being in the making for a long time. And a country shows basically well in advance whether they can attack you or not, and they do this primarily by analyzing the code of the country which the enemy views as an adversary. If you see that someone is weaker than you, just like out in nature, that predators devour their prey. So I told my father, this is your war, I have to finish it and make sure that my kids live in peace. So it's not that much a matter of products. Technologies are primarily about people. We've seen that technologies, if we see problems in technologies, we immediately see that the problem is also related to people. I started my work from volunteering. I would go to the front line and ask people, guys, what do you need? And then you would think, how can you gather people to come up with a technology which would be helpful at the front line? So this is, the bottom line is, all this is about people. So we can tell you about flagships and so on. We created the ground unmanned vehicles. All that is true. But the basic point is to make sure that people don't get to die, to protect people, because people are the most important thing that matters. So when we launched our business, the Miltech company, we saw our main mission is to make sure that our economy works, and so that this cooperation would not go in ups and downs, but would be a steady line whereby the military would say that we would need this or that, and you align what you do with their requirements. I used to come to Yuri, to Achilles detachment, and he would tell me all the specifics about there, and I would tell him about the specifics of Miltech company, just because we exchanged information among ourselves. So this is primarily about cooperation between people, and we want to impart that to you, and all these technologies seek primarily to keep our economy, to preserve people's lives, and to create the right companies to sustain the army, to retain professionals who would be working on this code, because the technological code stands in front of the people. People are backing up this code. That's why we tell you that any technologist who would develop a linear production of some engines or UAVs, that's fine, and the military will be very grateful to you for that. Or if you have a manager, for instance, who launches a large-scale project or builds some practical thing, for instance, a factory to produce batteries, our own capability to produce batteries, not Chinese batteries, but our own production. This is technological product which would be very much needed for the army. And we just try to explain it to you that either you are at the front line or you work for the front line. And we try to find the code of the right people and right technologies, because people will come up with what is really needed for the front line. This cluster which we have is basically aimed at what you need. You come to us and we will share it with you. So your flagship product is about human interrelations. Yes, because any product is about people. You come, you take your product. Engineers working in the office somewhere in Lviv, they don't understand what to produce for the guys at the front line in Bakhmut, for instance, when the Bakhmut was still being defended by our military, which is not the case now because it is occupied. And they generate technologies and products. Finally, the bottom line is that this is about collaboration of people. And I guess that all the panels that we have here are about shaping the code. But this is the code of people. It's all about people and their choices, whether they will work on technologies or go to the front line or deal with diplomacy. This is all about this human code. I think that Serhiy probably has a similar vision, Serhiy Mokrenyuk at Lon Avia.
They also, this movement started working on drones earlier. Tell us about your flagship. I think it's also going to be not a drone. First of all, I want to thank the organizers for inviting me to this panel, and for me it's a great honor to inform you about the position of our producers. I am Deputy Director for the development, and our product is unmanned airborne system Furia. Its task is artillery reconnaissance up to 30-40 kilometers. And I'm very pleased to speak about after my colleague, because every day we ask ourselves in our company, say we have 100 plus military organisms having our produce in use, and they have about 400 teams, for example. And I ask myself a question, whether our users and users are really able to get 100% of capability from our produce in a combat situation. This is a basic question. On preparing to this event, I thought, what allegory could this be? Imagine that you have a telephone in your hand. How many percent of its capacity you really utilize? Definitely not all. So the question is that the device does not work properly without people who are well prepared and who know how to use it. Another issue, another factor is an environment. The device does not exist in itself. We use something important which can do something. For instance, our drone. We use it, but it may be shot down. It may be killed with the help of radio electronic devices. It needs servicing. The service is done by people. It must be repaired. The repair is done by people. How well they they do this repair? If you add more resin to some wing of this drone, it will lose some percentage of its capacity because of overloading. Another question, for the repair, you need spare parts. Somebody has to deliver these spare parts. Now we are working on the issue of moving the repair from our mission to closer to the front line and working on with military on training people to do that. And then, look, we have a device, then repair works, service works, spare parts, logistics, all this, a certain environment. The question is, how does this device function in this environment? In order to make a sortie, the pilot should know what's going on where, how he communicates with other people, with other teams. Everything is so simple. In order to make a sortie, the pilot has to assess a number of factors. The strengths of the enemy. How does he know about it? Somebody has to inform him. Somebody has to inform him about our forces. Then he assesses the electronic warfare used by the enemy. Then he needs to calculate how he will reach a certain point at a certain time under certain conditions. Because at the very time artillery is going to work on that target, there is no sense to come earlier or later to that point. So he has to interact with another team as something common, something single. How does he know about it? In order to get this knowledge, to understand, we launched a competition. The pilots had to take one of their missions and to describe it from the point of view of the doctrine on how they learn the experience as a lesson to share with others. When we started looking at what we were presented by the flight crews, now the judges representing military universities are assessing these materials, evaluating these materials. Some Some teams, it showed that some teams don't know how Delta functions. Situation awareness didn't work properly. In other case, all the pilots describe everything which happened to them in one layer. Whether there is a difference, whether it influences the combat operations. Recently, the Ministry of Defense informed that 5,000 military personnel last year have gone through the System of Situational Awareness Delta training. And my question is, let's calculate how many years or decades we need to for people to learn Delta at the level of brigades. Then another product information system of the 69th Center of Electronic Support, Graphite, which allows any military person in a real time to know which enemy flying objects are in the vicinity. Not everybody knows about it. We all live as a single system. It happens that people don't learn, knowledge is not shared, and management is not efficient. And when we go deeper or up there, we forget that we have to broaden our awareness, broaden the knowledge of all. That's why we started a recruiting campaign where we offer civilians to join our armed forces to become qualified operators, because it's very difficult to find qualified operator. As the pilots may learn for years, there is no limit to get knowledge by pilots. That's why, on the one hand, these are people, on the other hand, it's a device, and the third hand, it's knowledge, and all this should mutually influence. How is the communication goes on between the military? It's a question. Whether we do proper and high-quality information as producers. If people don't have enough knowledge on how to use the device, they cannot provide us with a good quality feedback. If a person is knowledgeable, then this allows us to take necessary decisions. That's why I say that people are number one, device is number two, and knowledge is number three. The most important is to manage these three pillars for everything to be interrelated and for as many people as possible to be engaged, educated, and understand their importance. So some people may just make a phone call or do some work with a telephone. Thank you very much. Your flagship product is broadening capabilities and turning R3F, unmanned flying objects. Then recently you issued a land robotic system for Han. Good afternoon. Thank you for inviting me. Without military, you cannot go anywhere. And what I would like to add is about communication. Communication allowed us to grow. Thanks to communication, we improved our product with time. In principle, when you take ground stations, they fulfill the same task. But how it differs from what it was a year and a half ago and now, these are two different devices. Thanks to this, we thank to military for this communication, for the feedback which we get from military. And this allows us to make everything better, to improve. And our point of view is that whatever you improve, you can make it better tomorrow. About robotic land system, we've worked on it for 2 years. we realized that there is a need in it, because there would be not enough to have only flying devices, and that land robotic system is necessary, is needed. We worked for a long time. Our chief engineer was very thorough about this, and now we are at a stage of mass production of this robotic system. We are very much satisfied.
Так, тобто ви ще можете до цього міксу, який ми чули, додати комунікацію, але загалом я всім вам вдячна за такий гуманістичний початок, точніше першу половину нашої розмови. Я б все-таки зараз хотіла перейти більше до технологій, друже.
Now, okay. We'd like to talk to you that the war, on the one hand, requires mass production of weapons, which go to the front line. The modern war requires quick adaptation. How to find this balance when we need a lot, but it's already not adequate. I would divide the task of development into two parts. First, because you have to adapt all the time, permanently. You have to adapt to the front line, to what the enemy is doing. But on the other hand, without long-term planning, no big project is possible. These are two sides of the coin, of the same coin. We have a long-term project, includes human labor, money, resources, and permanently we improve it all the time. That's why in the sense of long-term planning, sometimes we have some smaller problems. From my point of view, it's important to know that tomorrow or the day after tomorrow in a year, you'll have enough people, enough funds, and possibility to work and to get feedback all the time, listening to the end users of this product who tell you what should be improved. And for me, it's a guarantee of good, high-quality product for the army. So we are talking about some serious instruments, serious tools. It's not just getting together parts which we get in the market and saying that we have something unique. No, we use new basic physical principles, how to use.
Будь-які революції на полі бою нашого спочатку повномасштабної війни були якраз коли люди думали не так, як раніше до цього думали.
How to apply it at the front line, the way people before never did. 90 ideas will not work, but 10% will work. It will make a big difference. Thank you for this. Andriy Zozula, artificial intelligence. Currently at all conference they are discussing, will this change mankind or not? What are the prospects for application of AI at the front line? About AI, I would like to say the following. We actively using systems, last mile complexes, which are represented in Ukrainian market and the world market. Many well-established companies produce them. They demonstrate certain efficiency, and I would like to say that for them to demonstrate themselves to full capacity at the front line, they must be applied in a massive scale. It's a question to producers and to military personnel. Often military personnel hope that this is the last resort, mean that we will use it for the most important attack, and it will done everything for ourselves. At the same time, producers present it as a system which may solve all your problems, but the truth is somewhere in between, because it's a good tool which, when it is used by good hands in a correct time. Also, I see a lot of prospects in applying AI to the identification systems, detection systems of flying drones and other means of the enemy. This could be various neuronic networks, trained models, and so on. But in general, these are the things which we have already.
We already can invent them, and if we can use hundreds of kilobytes, then we will see what the commander intent is and what the means are to automate a lot of processes. Besides, an interesting phenomenon in Ukrainian militech is whereby the developer and the end user at the battlefield communicate, and when people come to the units with the capacity of using the systems with high quality, they get feedback and they iterate their solutions as fast as possible. So I would like to call on the manufacturers, go out of your comfortable offices, go to your end users, pilots, operators, sergeants, get feedback about your systems, productivity and performance, take that into account, take that on board and revise your solutions. So that's the issue of technological future. Ground robotized devices do lots of things. That's logistics, that's evacuation, delivery of ammunition, you name it. But in the very short perspective, what percent of loading can be put on the ground drones? So any military serviceman or woman would say that it's the mainstay of logistics, and without logistics you can do nothing. So these are the main strategic stories. We have to cut the enemy's logistics and to make sure that your logistics operates at a short distance, at a long distance. And ground drones, a couple of years ago, when we were using the just small machines and we didn't even have the name for them, and when people from the ministries asked us what we should call it, and they said, okay, let us call them ground robotic complex. Now we call them this, or the ground drones. And when you are there at the front line talking to the guys in the trenches, and you see their needs, and then you invent something to address that need. And that's how we worked, how we grew as a manufacturer of something that now is known or referred to as ground robotic complex. Now it changes the doctrine of warfare, the military doctrine. It's not only about UAVs or ground drones. All of these technologies are changing the entire military doctrine, and we know that the NATO allies are following suit, and they are closely observing what's going on, and they see how things are changing and how standards things in their doctrines when it comes to certain military systems are no longer valid. Everything has been transformed. Now, returning to the ground drone, what can they do in the future? Of course, if we connect better systems of situational awareness, we can upload software where you can have the commander actually controlling this ground drone from any place in Ukraine. Sometimes we even tested this remote control from a different continent, and that did work. But this is still a huge challenge. And the success rate is 50-50. It's all about the human factor, because AI and neural system that we are going to introduce will have to be controlled by a human being anyway. So these ground drones can replace crews. They can minimize the engagement of humans in any combat. Of course, they would not replace them completely, and some say that if there is a ground drone and it will fully replace infantry, or the assault complex would actually capture a town or a village. No, don't believe it. People are behind everything, and a collaboration between the machine and the human being, the human control, are essential. So indeed, we don't know the full capacity of such machines. You can see that in 3 or 4 months, the product is totally reworked or overhauled. This ground drone can be integrated into a more sophisticated system. And yes, there is no universal solution. You just think of one thing, then you launch it to the battlefield, and it kills all of your enemies. No, we don't have it. Yeah, I would like to discuss it with Igor. You are new in this niche. It took you 18 months to develop this ground robotic complex, and 18 months ago it wasn't mainstream. What prospects do you see for this complex? There are lots of different uses in the military sphere and in the civilian sphere. It took us so long because we strove to have a high-quality device. At the beginning, it was just a toy compared to what we've got today. And we know that this device should be scaled up. As an engineer, I treated it very thoroughly and very demandingly, I would say. So the first ground robotic complexes were all about radio communication, just up to 6 kilometers with the broadcaster. And now we have got a Starlink radio communication. We can have also optics, and then it will be observing the situation. So when we don't have Starlink or say optics, then we will have a reserve device that can be mounted on that complex. And it is a sophisticated solution, and we want to scale it up. But then we will be again transforming it based on the feedback from the military, from the active servicemen and servicewomen, and it is continuous improvement, of course. Yeah, thank you very much, Sergei. If you want to add something, you can do that, but I would like to ask a specific question of you. I know that you have been in this sphere since 2014. How do you retain this fresh eye? How can we make sure that we don't lose this race for technological edge? Yeah, this machine was so built that the crew can start participating in a context only when they call me, my personal telephone. I interviewed all of the potential designers or developers, and I told them all, have a positive mission and one negative mission, and you will be proud of those all the time with the positive option. But with the negative one, you will feel ashamed, and you would be trying to do your best not to repeat this failure. So interestingly, there was not a single negative scenario that I would receive from those callers of mine. Do you know why? Look at the panelists. That's the third core, that's Azov, and it doesn't surprise me because many people are still delusional. We all know our enemy. These are the Russians, and they have greater capacity, they have higher quality, and they are able to scale up things very fast and very broadly. They sometimes just copy what we do, but we don't have this capacity. For one thing, we are a democratic country. We cannot order all of the manufacturers to that. And we are a much smaller country. I don't believe in any wonder weapon. I don't believe that we will have a silver bullet that will change, transform everything. Our major resource is the people who support one another, who have stood up and put up resistance. So we cannot be successful if we only rely on the third corps, the fifth corps, and say the Azov. So because these are technological solutions. These battalions, these corps, these units do use technologies, but others don't. So we have to have one stream that is develop what the best mil-tech companies are developing and implementing now. And the military units, they don't have the skills, do not have experience on with the use of technologies, would learn those skills and start using those technologies. We, as a manufacturing company, ask ourselves every day, how can we add 1% of better quality of communication, better quality of people skills, better quality of processes, better quality of links. So I hope I've answered your question. Yes, and 1 second to us for commentary. Our message is as follows to all of you. Go out of the box. Have the broad world out view. And that will enable you to be creative, to create new technologies or new solutions or even smaller tweaks that can be very useful. Then come to us. We will leave it all to you. You will have this actually heritage from us, but be broad in your vision, be strong in your actions, do join in, enhance your own companies, create your new companies, and develop your own code. And this code should be security shielded, should be actually part of our common defense. Now it's our task to defend you, but later you will be defending us. So we will pass it over to you for you to defend us at a later stage, because each generation, each stage of this spring of our national code is mutually dependent on other stages and generations. And any code, as I said before, strives to get you prepared, and you should input a lot of effort in getting prepared. So, because you are part of the Ukrainian code. Thank you very much. Thank you. The most sophisticated code is DNA. So we will be using the DNA of the Ukrainian nation, the DNA of Ukrainians, and together we will stand up. Heroism works where the system fails. But for the system not to fail, we need to get energy. So you can go now, and in an hour we will have an Ascent workshop.
We give the floor to Roland Collins, Senior Investigator, Eyes on Russia Project, Center for Information Resilience. Please, sir, the floor is yours.
I'm a senior investigator at the Eyes on Russia project, which is part of the Center for Information Resilience, also known as CIR. CIR is basically a non-governmental organization, a non-profit organization that collects and verifies and analyzes atrocities across the world. Primarily, we're working in Ukraine, for example, but we also work in other geographies like Afghanistan and Sudan and Myanmar as well. Today, we've got not too much time, so I want to go through two kind of presentations for you. The first will be this OSINT sort of approach to the red zone, also known as the human safari in Kherson. I'm afraid that it's somewhat graphic, I'm sorry, but I've done my best to cut most of it out. And when I primarily talk about OSINT, I'm talking about open source intelligence, which is, I suppose you could call it digital traces or digital forms of evidence collection. What I mean by that is, for example, verified videos and photos of, in this case, war crimes conducted by Russian forces in Ukraine. So, without further ado, we will begin with the story of the Red Zone and the human safari. Effectively, what we did was, we're inside of these Telegram channels set up by Russians and by soldiers of the Russian army, but also members of the so-called LPR and DPR as well. And what these channels are basically doing is showing, as you can see on the screen, the drone-dropped ordnance of sort of bombing and targeting civilians. In this case, we're looking primarily at an ambulance being targeted by Russian forces, which, for example, they will post imagery and photos and videos suggesting that these are all enemy combatants, right? These are not civilians. And we're able, with OSINT, to corroborate this information. For example, here we have local Ukrainian volunteers, which we're able to basically corroborate that this is the same incident as the one that the Russian channel will be posting. So, effectively, in this case, we're using geolocation, which is the technique of proving where something is, not when something was. That's more chronolocation, to basically prove that this event is happening and to prove the specific characteristics of these events. And here's the video, for example. We've collected upwards of 300 of these videos, also photos, but this is obviously a small part of the picture, as I'm sure you'll all be aware. It's more so in the thousands, but we're based primarily on visual evidence rather than textual information. So, for example, the Prosecutor General's Office of Ukraine will have more of a clear understanding of the numbers. We're only really dealing with the visual side of it. So, looking into these Russian channels, it began kind of in January 2024. There were claims of this creation of something called a red zone, which is a Russian invention to state that there's no such thing as civilians in Kherson and Antonivka, but also further afield in places like Beryaslav. And basically, here's what they kind of say. Movement of any light transport in the red zone means taking measures to destroy it. And effectively, what this is it's a siege by proxy. So it's a way of control without actually occupying a city, in this case, Kherson and Antonivka. This area stretched from Kherson city down towards the Dnipro River and included the expansion last year in August 2025, but also actually in July, this creation of a red zone in the highway sections, right? So the M14 highway, a lot of the arteries that were entering and leaving Kherson, further sort of indicating this sense of control. This is what an OSINT approach to these kind of incidents look like. You can kind of see on the screen here, all of these blue points are verified by geolocation, chronolocation, and then sort of general analysis of Russian targeting of civilians. This includes, for example, civilian infrastructure. It also includes civilians themselves, but also civilian vehicles too. Thank you. And we've collected upwards of 300. Of course, as I say, it's a lot larger than that. So if we're looking through time, we can first see that this trend started with Antonivka and the Dniprovsky district, of eastern Kherson. And we saw this in July 2024. Despite them saying it started in January, it really sort of took hold in July. It moved on to central Kherson city, which they colored in orange, not us. And here they used a combination of drone-dropped ordnance, FPVs, as well as the dropping of remote mines. In this case, petal mines, which are more akin to sort of a child's toy as well. Further, they went to further to the west, which increased in 2025, and included, in this area, it was primarily to do with transport links. So, for example, trams, trolleybuses, and any such way of entering and leaving the city. And then the penultimate two, we have the industrial area, the southern industrial area. This place is targeted a lot by traditional artillery, but also grads, rockets, but also, as we've seen, the transport routes are targeted with FPVs and with drone-dropped ordnance. So, in January 2025, we noticed that Russian forces expanded the attacks to attack civilian vehicles on the E97 highway. They then included Belozerka, which is a sort of suburb, a village outside of Kherson to the west. And then lastly, recently in July 2025, but also in August, we noted an expansion of FPV drone attacks on the M14 highway, where, for example, the rabbi was targeted as one of these cases. And here we have a breakdown by munition. So you'll notice there's 3 different colors, the first being drone-dropped ordnance, which started, if you can see my cursor, on the sort of eastern side towards Antonivka. Moved towards the middle, you can see a slight increase of the green color, the green being FPVs, and then purple being mines as well. And so what I want to kind of impress on you is this notion of tracking, right? This is something that we can entirely do ourselves. And basically, we can identify trends and changes with these kind of strikes. So here we can see drone-dropped ordnance, which is very typical. And this is obviously what it looks like. We're all kind of familiar with this at this point. And then the expansion of FPVs. And these were marked in green. These started a lot more frequently in January 2025. We saw an increase of these kind of drones towards more of the center of the city, but also on the highways as well. So you'll note, for example, right up here as well, this is the E97, which went further afield. And of course, this is what the kind of event will look like. It's very clear, by the way, for us at least, that these are civilian areas and these are very much civilians being targeted. And here you can see a Russian FPV drone chasing a civilian truck in central Kherson. So, mines as well. This was a big problem and has been a big problem. We've noticed since 2024. This case, for example, is in October 2024, and these are PFM1 petal mines. And we were able to identify the culprits, the perpetrators of these crimes. This being the Haber team, which is part of the 18th Army in the Russian Armed Forces. You can see here he's using like a box cutter to connect these mines so they're droppable in civilian areas. And this, for example, is what they would look like. So it's very obvious to us, at least, that this is a very deliberate attempt to conduct a kind of siege, but also it's a form of psychological control and indiscriminate killing, basically. And here we have the timeline of events. And you'll note that this starts in July 2024, and about halfway is January 2025. And by the way, we continue to report on this and continue to see the spike, of course, as you will all know. And also one thing to note here is that the more green you start to see further afield, so the M14 highway as well, these are all FPV drones. So, penultimate thing I'll cover on Kherson drones is the targeting of emergency services. We obviously know that this happens across Ukraine, primarily from areas of occupied Ukraine by Russian forces. There's something of a directive in this case. We have heard, for example, intercepts from Russian forces dictating that this is a fully intentional strategy. And in the case of Kherson, we collect all of these incidents. Typically, they'll look like this as of recent. These are FPV, of course, strikes against DSNS in Kherson, particularly in suburbs like Bilozerka and the surrounding area of places like previously Antonivka, which is really not accessible anymore. This is Phobos Kherson. Phobos is a Russian drone team as part of the 18th Army Group. Through a series of profiling, which in an OSINT context is the identification and attribution of individuals conducting these kind of crimes, which I'll cover in a few minutes. Phobos are very prolific in these cases, and we've actually been able to identify the identities of these perpetrators, of Phobos, but also of Habatim, that other group that we saw earlier. So, further on, this is what I was talking about with the highway. This is our most recent kind of collection phase. This is the M14 highway, which we can see here. And all these little green dots you can see are FPV strikes by Russian forces. And these are targeting almost, I mean, of course, there will be some military targets, but almost exclusively they're targeting civilians. For example, as I mentioned earlier, this would be the strike on the chief rabbi of Kherson. And this is a compilation video, actually. It's kind of supposed to be for a fundraising event for Russian forces. This team was called the Hateful Eight, or the Disgusting or Repulsive Eight. We found after some time we're able to identify the identity of the commander, identify what specific military subunit they're part of, and from this we can build an idea of culpability, not only from a kind of ground-up way, but also if we're talking about the difference between the drone operators and also the commanders as well. And here we can see a sort of a collection of the compilation. You'll notice that they all have the same watermark. These guys are not very careful about culpability and speaking about that kind of thing. So, in conclusion for this, we basically assessed that Russian forces are conducting a remote occupation of this area. They're also using Kherson and Antonivka as a training ground. We've seen that in the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power station as well. And lastly, they want to inflict as much harm on the population as physically possible, but also on a psychological level. This is something that we have noticed across Ukraine, particularly with drone operations against civilians, but particularly in Kherson. So, now I'll move on to profiling and culpability, and basically how we use OSINT to identify Russian perpetrators, but in this case, we're also identifying Russian positions as well. So there is a prolific thing in Russian social media of geotagging photos. So when I'm talking about OSINT and digital traces, we're talking a lot about accidental things that are uploaded. This is a map of the temporarily occupied areas of Ukraine, but also you can see Rostov on the bottom right of my screen, and also elements of actual Russia itself. These were uploaded, these are all photos from VK of Vkontakte, which have been geotagged effectively, pretty accurately, and I'll show you what I mean, in the past 5 days. So this includes, for example, places like Melitopol. It also includes a lot of places like Donetsk, Luhansk, but also you'll notice, and I'll show you in a few slides, also the sort of frontline locations as well. So let's say we're going to stick on Kherson Human Safari, and particularly around culpability and perpetrator analysis. I can run this script. It's a kind of coding software. It's very simplistic, I promise, in Kherson. And you'll notice here, these are all VK geotag photos from the last 5 days, since yesterday, around places like Oleshki. So we run the script, and this is what we find. You'll notice on the right, it said uploaded yesterday. I captured this yesterday as well. And what this is a Russian military position. It's a Russian soldier in a dugout. He's, I think, blissfully unaware that we have access to this information. And so what can I find from this? In many, many, many cases, when you have a Russian soldier or a Russian individual who is posting something with poor OPSEC, OPSEC being operational security, he'll often not only leave breadcrumb of clues in terms of big things like locations, but also small things like unit affiliation, name, passport information, etc., phone numbers as well. And so, for example, if we went to this guy's profile, you can see I learned two things. The first on the left is what unit this guy's in. I can identify that in Oleshki, where he's stationed, probably a member of the Russian Marine Corps, most likely the Sevastopol flotilla, is operating in this area. Maybe it's 155th Marines, maybe it's someone else. The other thing I can find as well is the other geotag photos. You'll note here that he's staying in the same dugout position. Of course, it's probable that he may have moved and then only posts this information in a place that he has like secure Wi-Fi. Hence why a lot of these photos are kind of different, but they're in approximately the same place. And you can see like a Shashlik Kalashnikov kind of thing. So if we expand this search, and let's say I wanted to look somewhere between Kremina, Liman, and Yampil, which, like the forest of which Russian forces are consistently active and they're operating all the time, I can find individuals like this guy. And this guy, we can go to his profile and see everything else that's been geotagged. In that case, you can see that he's been moving, basically. Oops. He, for example, he'll be posting one picture here. He'll be sort of moving to his next position, post another photo, and then he'll enter another position here. So here he's hanging out with his other friends. Here he's walking down the street, and then this is his previous position. As a kind of note on operational security, which is important for both Ukraine and Russia, luckily it's very easy to exploit Russian OPSEC. This is very recent photos. These photos have been uploaded in the past week, all of the ones I'm showing you. And so it's a substantial issue. When I talk about OPSEC, this is also a significant problem for Russian forces. This is basically a charity or a cleric or something that goes to frontline positions, and he geotags the photos. So bad OPSEC equals good OSINT. So this guy, for example, started in Samara in Russia. He then travels to visit almost seemingly every frontline position in the left bank of Ukraine, in Kherson, and he ends up in this area. So between Oleshki, Holepristan, and then further south, he's kind of going up to these soldiers and saying, oh, congrats, like everything, blah, blah, blah. And we're able to capture that information. We're able to collect all of the geotagged information from that, which basically means we can see where Russians are posted, and also those who are responsible for things like human safari. If particularly they're drone operators, it may be more clear to us to match culpability and perpetrator analysis. So, how accurate are these points? The short answer is very accurate. Basically, VK, Vkontakte, has a consistently very good geotag setting. But they are, unless there's interference, which you'll get around air bases, etc., they're very, very accurate. So this guy, this was uploaded 2 days ago, he's hanging out in his dugout in the basement of this house. And he also posts another one last week in the same location. So we can, from that, identify, for example, where Russian forces are and where they're going to be moving to as well. So when we talk about innovation and coding, particularly in the context of this forum, we can adapt these kind of scripts. It seems complicated. When we're talking about scripts and coding and Python, it's something that I don't have any formal understanding of, but ChatGPT does. And so what I can do is I can alter the way that it looks, right? So I can say, how about I want to find Russian geotag positions between May 2023 and November 2025. And I also want to set a radius of each point to 50 kilometers, and I want it to be near Oleshki in Kherson Oblast. I can very easily do that. I can create this. And this map is very kind of clear and very recent. And you'll see that there's a kind of circle you can identify in the map. That's the 50-kilometer radius I'm talking about. So this is the result of what I found in the past week from the left bank of Kherson Oblast. There's a lot of a sort of band of merry men who don't leave positions. For example, at the top right, this is in the forest near Oleshki. The top as well in the same batch of forest, but he doesn't really move. These guys on the left and on the bottom were sort of new to rotation, it seemed, and had been there for like 5 days before posting. We know that because they posted previously. All this kind of stuff. We can get a lot of information from them. And this final slide on this, we're kind of highlighting, this is all from the past 24 hours, most from the past 12 hours, I think. So on the top left, the Russian guy, that's near Kupiansk. The top is Kupiansk and surrounding Kharkiv Oblast, and the bottom is sort of towards Crimea, but also in Donetsk Oblast as well. So the point here is that particularly when we're focusing on prisoner of war executions or the bombing of civilian infrastructure or civilians themselves, you may think that it's very difficult to identify perpetrator analysis, particularly when you don't have the powers of closed source information from the state. But this is kind of proving to you that actually, if enough people, particularly Russians in this case, Russian soldiers, make consistent mistakes which remain unfixed, it's very easy to find that information. So for the last 15 or so minutes, I want to cover a case that we did in 2023, but we updated it recently to identify a perpetrator analysis. In this case, this was basically a torture report. A lot of torturing was happening in Izium in 2022 in Kharkiv Oblast. And what this investigation found was, first, the presence of a specific battalion. The next, we identified that Russian soldiers had Ukrainian captives at a known torture site, and we also identified their actual identities. And then also we found 2 other bases nearby torture sites by Russian forces. So we start with school number 6, which is the center of this investigation. This is one of the first torture sites that we investigated, and you'll notice through satellite imagery that there's been a buildup of Russian forces. So the first on the left is pre-war satellite imagery. The next is the 25th of March, 2022. And then the last is the 3rd of July, 2022. And OSINT is not just social media, it's also satellite imagery. And for example, we can see, if I zoom into the center, you can see these trenches that are being built. And this is a school. And we know that it was likely that Ukrainian forces left on the 20th of March and that Russians moved in on the 22nd. These trenches were built after the Ukrainians left and just after the Russians moved in. So we can kind of confirm presence anyway. But what I wanted to do was identify who these people are, right? I wanted to identify the identity of these individuals who are likely perpetrators. We began with this guy, Roman Razum, who's one of my favorite Russian propagandists because he posts the most information without really being prompted. It's amazing. He is a propagandist, an actor, a soldier, etc. And he has this series called Humanitarian Front, where he goes to the front line and visits Russian soldiers in various areas and basically says, like, how are you guys doing? Like, hope everything's okay. But he never really discloses where he is specifically. He gives you a kind of idea, but not really. One of these videos was posted in April 2022. And basically, he said, I'm in Izium with elements of the 202nd and the 204th regiments. We didn't necessarily know anything about these groupings. We didn't know who they were. We didn't know what their mission was. And so we had to basically combine all of this other OSINT and other information that we could get from primarily Russian state media and also Russian archival imagery and media to identify who these guys were and what they were doing. So what we first did is we mapped out this visit. What he would do in Izium, for example, is he would drive to this area, which is where Russians were based. Once he gets there, he sort of pans the camera around and shows us like key features in the video which we could identify as locations. And what we'll do is we'll use this thing called geolocation. And geolocation, as I mentioned previously, is matching up a location with somewhere else, right? Sort of saying, confirming that this location is where it says it is. And we were able to do that in Izium. And here we could basically qualify and confirm that this was school number 6 in Izium itself. What we'll do then is look at the imagery in totality and not start to mark up what we see. So here we can identify exactly where they were outside of school number 6 and sort of suggest like, okay, here they put the boxes and this is where they unload the truck. Then the video goes to this scene, which is a terrible video because it's Roman Razum, this propagandist, forcing these Russian soldiers to listen to his music. And here they're inside this very, I would say, unique room. There's 2 substantial features in here, or I suppose 3. The first is the checkerboard floor, the squared floor. The second is the kind of transparent clock. And then there's this green wallpaper. And what we were able to do is go to the local Facebook group for school number 6. We thought it was school number 6, we weren't necessarily sure. And we were able to find this room itself. And by confirming it here, we're sort of doing interior geolocation and confirming that these soldiers, who may or may not be the same ones we saw outside, were also inside the school. And so we link together these formations. We find photos from the outside and photos from the inside, and we compare and contrast who these people are. And here you'll note that on the left-hand side of each pair is inside, and then on the right-hand side is outside. And we notice a similarity. Some of the people were slightly different, but most were exactly the same. And here we have a really important micro detail. When Roman Razum would go to this location and similar videos afterwards, he would ask these guys, like, oh, say a nice thing for home. One of them said, this guy in the middle waving, he was like, oh, you know, well-wishing from Kirovsk in Luhansk Oblast. And we sort of thought nothing of it, but we noted it anyway in this investigation. In this scene, he also references them as specifically the 5th Battalion of the 204th Regiment, which we ran with as an assumption, and we had to confirm it ourselves. So, again, luckily, they were very forthcoming with information, and they left the imagery of the boxes you can see on the left. It says 204th Polk, 5th Battalion, and they also had this Novorossiya patch a few of them were wearing. It was a hodgepodge of people and uniforms, and they looked really poorly disciplined and everything. And so they had 3 different videos, April, May, and June. And when they came here, they did the same thing. They unloaded the boxes, they did the well wishes, whatever. But importantly, they left this information on the boxes. This information is 50-50 between what unit I'm in and my full name and patronymic. And this goes all the way down to the platoon and sometimes squad level. And from that, we can build this, which is an order of battle or an ORBAT, basically saying like, okay, the 204th we knew was there, the 5th Battalion we knew was there, but who in the different sections of the 5th Battalion were there and what's their role? And we were able to make this, it's inherently partial because we weren't relying on information that we would be able to verify as in terms of news sources and everything. This is pure visual investigation and visual evidence collection. And so the last question we wanted to ask was, who are these men, right? We have where they were, which was a torture site. We have what unit they're part of, which is the 5th Battalion, 204th Regiment. But we wanted to identify exactly who these men were. And that is an important part of perpetrator analysis and the identification and evaluation of war crimes as a kind of field of OSINT. So, Roman Razum posted this image. He posted a series of 2 images. This is the first one. It had been previously unknown where this was, but just where you can see my mouse, this scaffolding was also visible in the boxes video when he panned it around. And so we use things like facial recognition to basically do this, which is identifying exactly who they are, where they live, passport information, phone numbers, etc. And within that, we can also attribute them to specific squads or platoons or whatever, depending on what we really want to achieve. Resume then goes inside, and he takes this photo. This photo is, you may not see it, but it's incredibly high quality. It's like 4K quality, which is great for me, because I can then use photo recognition software, primarily free software, and I can do this, which is identify the remaining of the force. So now we have probably a good half, at least, of the battalion, of which we knew that they were in school number 6, being a torture site, and we knew they were there between April all the way to June, end of June. There was one video in July, but we don't really count it. This guy here, this one, he is the commander of the battalion, and he had this really obvious AC/DC, the band magazine on his gun that he'd carry everywhere, so even if he had a balaclava on, you could still see him. And this is how it works. So you may recognize this guy as he was the guy who waved and said, "I'm from Kirovsk." We found his VK page, and he confirms to us that he's from Kirovsk, which is super useful. Important thing to note, kind of boring thing to note, is archiving. Archiving is the most important element of OSINT for preservation of evidence collection. If, for example, I was one of these soldiers, like this guy, and I'd heard that somebody was investigating me, be it SSU or PGO or an international organization, the first thing I would do would be delete my VK. However, when you're conducting investigations with OSINT, as a practical exercise, I guess, you must archive material. What this does is it preserves information. It means that if I want to delete my VK, I simply can't. So, we've got 3 minutes left. Small thing to add, if there's any questions, first of all, of any of these cases, but also techniques and tools, you're free to ask now, but also you can find me at the corner of the expo. If, for example, you have another question that you want to email our team, please email Yulia Inforez or Ukraine Inforez, which is our country director, who's right there. But yeah, if not, дуже дякую for your attention. It's been great. Thanks for having us, of course.
If you have a question in the room, you may ask it.
You can ask it in Ukrainian. I have translation.
No, I'll be in English. So it was very eye-opening, I would say, and thank you and your team for the work. When we look at the OSINT as an efficient tool to document war crimes, do you provide that information to some human rights organizations? And if so, what names are they?
It's a good question. Depends on the organization. We do cooperate with Ukrainian judicial partners in the country. In other geographies, that cooperation will look different. But typically speaking, supranational organizations and national organizations that are doing this kind of work on a judicial basis, think about like the PGO or something as an example, they are noticing, and it's the same in my country, in the UK, that OSINT is an incredibly important tool and can be, if done correctly, admissible in court. And that's a good lesson, primarily from Ukraine, I think, that a lot of international and national organizations have learned, if that answers your question. So the answer is yes, we do. You're welcome.
So, Mr. Cullen, thank you so much. Thank you for this workshop and for this speech and for all this information. Ваші оплески Роло Колін, старший розслідувач, проєкт Eyes on Russia.
Your applaud to Rollo Collins.
And so we can proceed. We've got a special guest that it is my pleasure to invite to this stage. It is Vitaly Klitschko, Mayor of Kyiv. Please give him a round of applause. He will make a very brief presentation. I was told he's here. Okay, bear with me a minute and we will welcome Mayor Klitschko, and he will tell us about how the capital city remains resilient, and it will be an introduction to a public discussion dedicated to the topic Code of Humanity and Resilience. We speak about resilience, human resilience, but it can be manifested at the level of an individual, but also at the level of a community. After shellings, you feel it when the windows are shattered, but coffee shops continue to operate and they serve you coffee. So here is Mayor Klitschko. Good afternoon. It's my great pleasure to greet you all. Thank you for the invitation. I agreed at once because it's extremely important to communicate with the young people, to communicate with the residents of Kyiv, to be on the same page, to know what the challenges are and how to address them together. To that end, we come together, we conduct discussions, we exchange opinions, we make very important steps in order to overcome those difficulties. And each and every one of us is asking him or herself, when will this war be over? When will we be able to get back to normality of sorts? When will the time come when we don't
укриттях, бомбосховищах, але ніхто не може зараз на це питання відповісти. І
There's no sound. Thank you. And I would like to send out this key message to you. It's in the nature of human life that only strong are respected. So strong we should be. Strong individually, strong inside the country, strong when we talk to our partners. The capital city is extremely important because it is the basis of our capacity to stand up to the challenges of today. And I keep asking myself, what's the purpose of destroying a civilian city, destroying our infrastructure, killing our people, civilian residents? Because Russians claim that they only target military installations, but that's not true. They destroy our energy infrastructure facilities, they destroy our HPPs, our substations. They want us to be depressed, to be weak. They want us to stop resisting. They want us to leave this country and leave it vacant for the Russians. They don't need our people, they only need our land. And that's what they've proven several times, many times so far. In our civilian city, and I'm speaking about civilians only, we had over 300 casualties. These are civilians who were killed by Russians. More than 30 children are among them. More than 2,000 houses are either totally pulverized or badly damaged, with cruise missiles, with ballistic missiles, with the Shahed drones. And I remember when I was in the team of first rescuers at the hit site, I found several small balls, and those were parts of the cluster munition. Their purpose is extremely to kill people, to kill civilians, as many of them as possible. And that's exactly what we face on a daily basis. And despite all, we work hard to defend our civilians, to make sure that the city continues to provide services, public services to the population, to its residents. We have 300,000 workers of different areas that contribute to the war economy. That is a city within a city. Then we have to think about public transportation, about medical institutions, educational institutions, utility services that provide heat, electricity, water to the residents of Kyiv. And we have huge shortage of people. We have more buses than the bus drivers because bus drivers are mostly men, and men have been mobilized, have been recruited to go to the front line. So now we have to train women to be bus drivers. We have huge shortage of construction workers, of electricians, of the heat engineers, but still this city is standing tall and it continues to provide services. The challenges are immense and extremely difficult. But yet again, we have to be strong, we have to be resilient, we have to contribute in our respective places, in our respective capacities to help this city survive. But what irritates me, what makes me incredibly angry is that our enemy does not understand us, but some of the politicians play into their hand when they start talking about potential speedy and soon elections. Now, Russians are not interested in Donetsk, Luhansk, or the Crimea. They are interested in capturing Kyiv, in destroying Ukraine as a country, depriving us of our statehood. So it is a matter of our future, of our independence, of our sovereignty, and we should do our best to rebuff this aggression, to retain our people in homes, to preserve our country, our sovereignty, and our independence. And some politicians now think about future elections rather than about the future of this country. That's very wrong. They behave as if it is not their war, if it is not their cause. More than 300,000 Kyiv residents are now serving at the front line. And we, the city, have been deprived of the development budget because 10 billion hryvnias were donated by the city to the armed forces of Ukraine, but we were deprived of the development budget. And yesterday we donated another 800 million hryvnias to support our defense forces. These are challenging times indeed. I won't be telling you about our budget difficulties, but we need to make sure that the infrastructure is up and running, that the city is operating, and that the residents are served. Another thing that makes me red under my collar is that the city is being robbed in violation of the constitution, of the budget code, of the national legislation. As I said, it was robbed of 8 billion hryvnias. We would have understood it had this money been channeled to the armed forces of Ukraine. But this money was transferred to the Ukrainian Rail, which is a very dignified, very honest company, but it was used to give kudos to everyone in Ukraine, even those people who are not people in need. but you will know that we in Kyiv have lots of questions related to that. So we have to find answers to those questions. I'm not here to complain, to express my grievances, but rather to raise certain issues that we can discuss together and address together. And we are working against time, against all odds, to keep this city alive. And very few people know what needs to be done so that people have electricity in their houses. Very few people know what needs to be done to water supply to be available, and nobody seems to be interested in that. But dozens of thousands of people work around the clock to make sure that we are alive and kicking. But we are holding the line, aren't we? Yes, we are. Yeah. And we are strong, and we do not miss punches. No, punches we don't miss. Right. And I would like to thank, I understand that we have to finish this introductory speech. Yes, indeed, I will stop soon. You know, the position of the mayor is a demanding one. The schedule is punishing. I used to be a member of parliament together with Arseniy, and the mayoral position is rewarding. Because whereas parliamentarians declare certain good things, we are there on the ground to change people's lives for the better every day. So it is rewarding on the one hand, but on the other, there are lots of things that are beyond your power, that are beyond your reach. And I would have never coped with this challenge but for the wonderful team who support me. So now we will have a panel discussion, and we will discuss the issues that you've raised together. You are a moderator, you can moderate, and I will be answering the questions for it not to turn into a speech. Now, a round of applause to Vitaly Klitschko, Kyiv mayor. Now we will have a panel of very esteemed citizens, and we will be discussing how the capital city responds to all of those hits and other challenges. When I after the sleepless night go out of the shelter, I see that the waste is managed, the garbage is being collected, the water is running, the electricity is there, and as I said, coffee is brewing. So we've spoken a lot about technologies. We are all surrounded by technologies right here and right now, and we see how, thanks to the intellect, how human intellect, how to the technologies we manage to move ahead. So technologically, we are very advanced, but ethically, we return to Plato's literature, and we still get inspirations there. So in these times, how can we balance? How can we remain human beings, again, despite all of the challenges of today? So now I will be giving the floor to, or inviting the panelists. It's Serhiy Volynskiy, Marine Corps veteran, hero of Ukraine. Olena Tolkachova, head of the Patronage Service, 3rd Army Corps. Their service is called Angels. Then Yulia Chikolba, country director, Center for Information Resilience. And Alexander Teren-Budko, veteran and civic activist. And Vitaly Klitschko, Kyiv mayor.
Mr. Klitschko, please come back to us.
Де вам більше подобається?
Wherever you like.
Я би хотіла розпочати розмову.
I'd like to start by asking Serhiy. First, you are a legendary person. You've been through Azovstal. You've been through the hell of Olenyivka, the Russian captivity. Now you're helping our Marines who have been through captivity, who have been through hell on earth. In your opinion, where's the source of resilience of those people and yours? Thank you. Greetings, everyone. I believe for us, the families are our source of resilience, first and foremost, and the trials that lie on the shoulders of our first responders, railroad workers, and all those who provide the livelihood of our country. All of them encounter terrible challenges of the war, but we all do this for the sake of our families and for our country in general. But for as long as our country stands, individual people pay with their life and health for that. Alana, your patronage service first, it was called Angels. I think you were the first to establish this service, which is called patronage in our country. You work with the bereaved, you work with the relatives of those who are at the front line. What are the topics that people still refuse to talk about in the context of this war? And what price do we pay for this resilience? Well, you said that moral principles fail to catch up with the technologies which are being developed, if I understand you correctly. What I see in our society is that the society has not yet fully grasped the entire importance to afford proper respect to those who defend us. A lot of is being said about having to respect veterans, to support them, to help them. People say that we have to support the veterans coming back from the front line so that they would not create any risky situations in the society, because these are people who are trained to kill, and we have to do our utmost to help them reintegrate with the civilian society. But all this is kind of artificial. As a matter of fact, we just have to learn to understand them and to help them from the bottom of our hearts. Not in order to prevent them from doing something, not in order to prevent them becoming criminals, but simply out of respect. And once we manage to demonstrate our respect properly, this will be the answer, the way we do it in our Corps. We do not leave anyone without our attention. Even those who leave the army for health reasons, they are within the scope of our attention, and they know that they always can come back to us for help. And this is the expression of respect that we accord them, and the sign of a moral resilience of the society. Our society should emulate patronage services and charitable funds which deal with the problems of veterans on a daily basis. And we have to try to do as good a job as they do. And that does not require huge sponsors, funds, or large projects. You can just help a veteran to come to the hospital, to get to the hospital, and help them talk to the doctors, because very often our veterans get negative feedback about the war from hospitals and doctors. Like, for instance, some people say we did not send you there, and it's really painful for the veterans to hear that. This is pure disrespect to people who volunteered to defend their country. Now, even though we almost never hear phrases like that, but the very conduct of certain services show a obvious lack of empathy. So people should be alert to that. They should not be persuaded. They should not need being persuaded to do this. All this should come straight from the heart. People who came to the front line, they made their choice, and they were ready to lay down their lives for you. Now ask yourself, what can you offer this person? At least it should be respect and support. And the society should understand this, finally. Thank you for these words. Well, obviously, when some people complain that the streets are blocked at 9 o'clock when we observe the moment of silence, it says a lot. Irina, you
поранення в 22-му році. Тобто ви бачили...
You were wounded in 2022 and you've witnessed the change in attitude to the veterans in our society. Have there been any changes in these attitudes?
Прямим, так, менш красномовним, то, напевно, якби...
Well, I'd like to be straightforward here. If we had some real changes for the better in our society, probably we would have to raise this issue at each and every forum that we hold. This is not the first forum I attend, and time again we speak about how important it is to afford a proper respect and reverence to our veterans, which means that things are not changing.
Ми повинні навчитись поважати хоча б один одного.
But before we start respecting veterans, we should learn to respect each other and understand that we are all citizens. So we should be mutually respectful. If this is in place, respect for the veterans will come. Just be human, respect your fellow citizens, irrespective of their status, their position, and so on. If you do this, automatically the respect for veterans will come, because it's obvious that a person who defended us automatically should be accorded all the respect we can give.
Але форуми це теж, ну, коротше, про це треба говорити, бо
Well, we have to raise this issue.
Це не буде ніяк рухатись. Тому поки ми говоримо про це, це все ще є, і це все ще підігріває, скажімо, цю тему, всі дискусії навколо цієї теми, бо інакше просто багато людей можливо і не каже, що ми вас туди не посилали.
Maybe do not say we did not send you there, but it doesn't mean that they do not think so. Maybe a lot of people would like to say something along those lines to the veterans, but they don't, just because this issue is being raised at all the forums and so on. And this is obviously one of the reasons why forums like this should be held, to keep people within the framework of what is admissible. Because indeed, there are cases that when people say things to the veterans which really hurt them. So changes are taking place, but we still have a lot to do in this respect. Thank you, Alexander. Well, obviously, there's a lot of room for improvement, but sometimes we have to give ourselves credit as well, because this is the 4th year of genocidal war against Ukraine, and we're still standing strong.
Після обстрілу там уже каву продають.
Because we see the resilience of people on a daily basis. No sooner have the shootings stop, when we see that coffee is served and so on. What is the basically the source of all this resilience, in your opinion, Mr. Klitschko?
Хто щось
Well, as regards respect, as regards the recognition, who did more, who did less, who deserves credit more or less, I could give you two. Okay, I can give you one story with the two examples.
психологічно тяжка функція мене як міського голови.
For me, as the mayor of the city, it is psychologically very tough to visit the hospitals where our soldiers are being treated. Sometimes they're just children in their early 20s,
Без рук, без ніг, без очей.
without limbs, without eyes, badly injured. It's tough to see them.
На жаль, я повинен це зробити.
Even tougher is another function which I have to,
Але у мене немає іншого.
which I have to perform, but I have no choice. I cannot get rid of this function. It comes with the job, as it were. This is the function of rewarding the parents of those who have perished.
За їх дітей.
Awarding them for their military deeds, those who have perished. I'm talking about hundreds of parents,
Що неможливо.
and it's impossible to find the right words.
Дякую. Пишаємось.
We thank you, we're proud of you. It just doesn't cut it. What words could adequately express what you feel in such cases?
Вони плачуть.
1 month ago, I was awarding parents. They were crying their eyes out.
Із маму.
I was at the podium, and one mother of our killed military came up to me and she said, Vitaly, don't you remember me? I met with you some half a year ago.
Мої діти пішли добровольцями.
My children went to war as volunteers, and half a year ago you already awarded me.
Це другий раз.
And this is
Я до вас більше не прийду.
second time. She said,
Тому що у мене
I'm not
дітей
going to
більш немає.
come again, because all my children have been killed.
Отакі от історії, і після цього ми можемо дискутувати, яку повагу ми повинні надавати, шану і так далі.
After stories like this,
Це життєвий
why should we debate whether we have to give respect to our veterans or not? Life goes on, and it is extremely
людям для того, щоб вони, які повернулись, слава Богу, повернулись для того, щоб вони
attentive and respectful to people who, thank God, came back from the front line, so that they feel that the city is taking care of them, that they are also active and worthy members of our society. That's why we
зараз ми вже
put in
працюємо.
so much effort in creating rehabilitation centers like in Pushcha-Voditsa, the centers for prosthesis for those who have lost their limbs.
Але знаєте, що
We did a lot in that respect, but to
шукати, дискутувати, відповіді, що робити, потрібно з ними
not to try and look for answers here, we have to talk to these people as much as possible.
І один раз я зробив
Each of them can tell you his or her own history of life. One time I made a big mistake when a boy came to me in a wheelchair, and I said, I understand how the world looks from your position. He said, don't say this. You will never understand how the world looks like from this particular wheelchair. And that's why it is extremely important to communicate with them, to solve their problems. There are many of them, because many boys will come back, and adaptation to the society. And frankly speaking, this is
Воювали, вони заплатили найвищу ціну. Ти повинен.
This is very important to understand that they fought, you didn't. They paid the highest price, you didn't. And that's why you must understand this social responsibility of this society, and it's important not to leave them alone. Yes, because Russia might also use these problems for making difficulties bigger. Thank you, Vitaly, bringing us to the next topic, which I'm going to discuss with Yulia. Yulia, I know you had a lot of experience of working in various hot points all over the world, and now in Ukraine with your organization, you're engaged into investigation of Russian war crimes, so working with the evil, observing how they bombard civilians, how they kill little children. What have you understood about the evil? Why Russians are like this? Thank you for the question. It's a philosophical issue. I would like to thank our military for allowing us to talk philosophical here in a safe place and not under occupation. About experience, about evil, Ukraine is not the only war conflict in the world. Yes, in Ukraine there is the biggest war in Europe, but also there's Sudan, Afghanistan, Syria for many years. And unfortunately, we know that that war, it's a frontier situation, and it's a marginal situation which makes people very different. And we have heroic military, we have heroic volunteers, but on the other hand, we see Bucha, Izum, sexual violence during war. We observe a human safari in Kherson, and in fact, this marginal state, and it's not important whether there is a new war or not. In Ukraine, it is a new war, but in Afghanistan, the war continued since the time of the Soviet invasion. But this status, marginal status, becomes even more acute. But the most important aspect is the lack of responsibility, because in 2021 I worked in Syria, and some days before full-scale invasion I was in Aleppo. I saw the ruined city, and I understood that Ukrainian cities would become like that. And they became like that. Shasta, Marinka, Mariupol. For Russia, it's not the first war. Russians invaded Georgia. They haven't got anything. They bombarded Syria with cluster bomb, supported Assad, and didn't get anything for that. So that lack of responsibility as international responsibility, as collective responsibility. Don't say that all Russians are the same, but we say that there is the country which is an aggressor state, and their crimes of aggression should be prosecuted. But in the world, there is a lack of responsibility which is observed.
Україні, наприклад, та ж прокуратура, яка робить дуже багато насправді.
There are international institutions which do not work, not function properly. In Ukraine, there is prosecutor's office. They are looking for military war criminals and with the aim to prosecute perpetrators. So in fact, there is only one operational mechanism of punishing for crimes is what our military are doing at the front line, killing their enemies. And this should not be like this in the future. There must be mechanisms of responsibility for crimes. But at the moment, the lack of this responsibility allows evil to continue, leaving Russians to continue committing these war crimes. Sergei, there is an expression that army is able to win the battle, but wars are won by nations. Is our nation able to win this war? Thank you for the question. I'm sure that only Ukrainian nation will decide its own fate. Today we saw some peaceful plans, some other stories, but we forgot to ask Ukrainians what do they want and how do they see it. And whatever norms and frameworks they to put this nation in, everything will end the way our nation wants. And we are very different from our partners. According to our sociological poll and research, dignity and honor is not just words, but they form the character of every Ukrainian. And I think that Ukrainians are the most unusual nation who demonstrated many times that at the darkest times we were prevailing. We stayed alive, that every morning we saw the sun rising and everything started again. So I'm absolutely sure that Ukraine should be regarded in a different way because we are historically a very deep and powerful nation. Thank you, and I would like to continue this topic with you because I have an impression that the word victory has disappeared from public discourse for various reasons. Now the objective situation is that not only holidays are approaching, but the front line as well. What do you think? What, in your opinion, is the point to which we should come when we realize that everything was not in vain? In principle, I don't share this vision, whether it's in vain or not, because a lot of my brothers and sisters have died in arms, have died. Those who grew up with me, I observed how they grew up. They studied and recreated at our kids' camp Azovets. Those were kids, boys and girls who grew up together with my daughter, who is now serving at the 3rd Army Corps. And unfortunately, many of her friends, whom I knew as 10 to 13-year-old kids, they died, they're killed. And whether it was in vain or not, it's just morally impossible to think in these terms. Currently, we are responsible for those people who died, and we have to stay till the end, until we all are killed or die from old age. we must defend our children, because that point when you stop and think whether it was in vain or not, most probably that will be the point when the nation dies. I don't see any way out. Yes, you said that currently people do not speak much about victory, but now we continue standing, and in fact we are moving towards victory, and while we move towards victory, we will live. When we stop, we will disappear. Thank you, Vitaly. You want to comment on this? I'd like to add, there is a not easy topic. We successfully defend our country. Why successfully? I would like to remind you, year 2022, the international military experts gave us some days, maximum some weeks, against the strongest army in the world. If you remember, almost for 4 years, Putin has been doing everything, all the possibilities to capture our country, and he can't do this. Once again, I can repeat, while we are fighting, nobody would win us. And that's why these attacks or these attempts to spread depression among the people, everything to ruin everything. But once again, I would like to say nobody will prevail upon us until we fight. Yes, it's difficult, it's hard, lots of losses. But if somebody says, raise our hands up and to give up, that would be not a victory, that would be a defeat. And yes, it's very difficult. It's difficult in the front line. It's difficult here, but nevertheless, they cannot achieve their objectives. A number of times they reported certain dates, naming certain dates, and on capturing, or as they call it, liberating Ukrainian territory, and they can't do it. So that's why it's extremely important to support each other, not to struggle inside between ourselves, but to fight against the external enemy with joint efforts. I can give you one example from my life experience, from my life in past life in the sports. When you box, for example, for the third or fourth or fifth or sixth round, your heart rate is 200, and the internal voice tells you, yeah, there is no strength, you are tired. But at that very moment, you should remember that in front of you there is an enemy whose situation is not better, it may be even worse. Resilience is extremely important component, and this resilience may beat the skills. And I'm sure that we have all the possibilities for this, and we Ukrainians have already surprised the whole world with our will to victory. That's why I believe that we have all the necessary strength to defend our state and to remain an independent state, but not a part of the Russian Empire, which is a dream of Putin.
Thank you. So stamina beats skills. Right. If you've been to various countries, compare, and you study different countries, compared to other countries, what makes our resilience unique? As Lena Kostenko said, Ukraine is a unique case. I would not compare that with various other conflicts because it's wrong to compare people's suffering, human suffering. And of course, we don't have any civil war in this country. But wherever I worked, during conflicts, there was no trust, no faith in the media, in the government, and in all of those countries at war, distrusted one another. And where Ukraine is unique is that back in 2014 and in 2022, we got extremely united. We are skillful in building horizontal ties. A forum like this is a wonderful opportunity to build networks amongst young people. So now you are not alone, you have the whole community to support you. So the crisis, true crisis, emerges when there is no such community. What we have retained, what we have preserved is the state, the democratically elected government. And that's not always the luxury that people have in other countries with armed conflicts or at war. I've got lots of friends who used to work abroad, but then in 2022 they returned because it is our war and we have to defend our country, our land. So that's the core and the root of our resilience. I can't say we will win by all means, but we have everything it takes to will. I understand that these are very difficult times, but being united, being in the network, being in the community, we will be strong. And Václav Havel says, hope is not the conviction that something good will end, but that there will be good at the end. So what can you tell us about your country, a country of people who went to the front to defend their land? That's a philosophical question. We are such a country. We are a country that every Ukrainian is proud of, that the world is amazed at. And we were given several weeks at the longest, and we are still standing. The nation, the country, the people have been fighting for their true independence, for their territorial integrity, for their sovereignty for decades, for centuries. And this will to be free is invincible. It is not for the Russians to kill this well. So freedom is our religion. That's what we said during the Revolution of Dignity. So we are the countries that can lead by example, that shows what it means to be resilient and to be brave. And without redundant philosophy, I would say that Ukraine is a country where I personally do want to live, and I do want to contribute to the well-being and prosperity of this country. So I wish each and every Ukrainian would see the service to their country as a cause that they identify with. And then it will be a country that everyone loves, inside and outside the country. So we are champions in survival, I'm sure of that. Thank you very much for this conversation. There's a lot of food for thought, and you can continue networking during the coffee break. It will be brief. Please be back in time. resume our work. Our panel will be called Coding the Future. We've got already several panelists on the stage, and it is my great pleasure to introduce them to you. It's Katerina Mikhalko, Director General, Tech Force in UA. Greet Katerina, please. Then Artem Sikhnut, first director of the National Anti-Corruption Bureau of Ukraine in 2015-2020. Thank you, Artem. I also invite Timofey Bryk, rector of Kyiv School of Economics, to this panel. Marina Gritsenko is executive director of an interesting organization that is called Snake Island Institute. Thanks, Marina, for joining in this forum. And we are still waiting for Victoria Avitsena-Kovac. She's head of Medical Service, 3rd Army Corps, and she will join us very soon. That is me. Okay. And there's also Ksenia Semenova, president of Kyiv Aviation University. Thank you, Ksenia, for being here with us. Sorry for failing to announce you, which means that you will specifically responsible for keeping this whole conversation together. I'm glad that this Kyiv Security Forum for the Young People, called Generation W Squared, is continuing, and we have discussed so far a lot of various topics. But now we will try and put together an idea of what is ahead of us, given all of the previously shared insights and knowledge. I would start with Timofey Bryk, if I may. Timofey Bryk is the rector of Kyiv School of Economics, and he is the youngest rector. Yeah. Now, I'm the second youngest. Ksenia was the youngest when she was elected president. Quite recently, Kyiv Security Forum visited with the Kyiv School of Economics, and I was greatly impressed with the School of Economics itself and the questions asked by the students. Sometimes we fail to give as good answers as good questions were asked, but all of those questions were very professional and very profound, I would say. It was the time when the so-called Mindich corruption scandal just erupted, and the students asked the panelists about the role of Timofey Milovanov, for example, and his contribution to the supervisory board of Energoatom. And your students were also active participants of the revolution on cartoons, the Maidan close to the Ivan Franko Theater, which testifies to the values shared by your students and the faculty. On the other hand, we observe a different reality, and we have this is an example of young people who are committed and who contribute to the democratic development of Ukraine. On the other hand, there are hundreds, perhaps thousands of young people who've left Ukraine. We do not criticize anyone, but it is just a different edge of the spectrum of various attitudes by the young people. So you, working with the young people, how do you perceive them? What's the specificity of this generation, Generation W Squared? I know that the profile of our student has changed. Before the all-out war started, about half of our graduates dreamt of going to other universities in other countries to do their PhD programs, for example. But the situation is opposite now. Most of them, young men and young women, state that they would remain in Ukraine. They will stay in Ukraine, and nobody doesn't seem to be interested in getting a PhD degree in Berkeley. They say, we want to stay here, we want to be of use. And now the program for engineers is now one of the most popular. We do not specialize in engineering. We do not have a brand related to our School of Economics. But now that's what the young people need, and that's their demand. And young people keep us accountable, I would say. It's sometimes scary to work with them. They are demanding, they've got very noble values, they are good English speakers, but at the same time, they're young people who still lack experience, life experience included. So you characterize our students in a very positive light, and that pleases me a lot, and this makes me proud. But one interesting fact, there was an election at the university, and there was an electoral campaign for self-governing bodies for the students at the Kyiv School of Economy. But what happened was just a usual Ukrainian story. They argued, and they all broke the relationships, etc. So it looked as a typical Ukrainian pre-election situation. These are talents with huge potential, but they have to learn how to channel this potential in the right direction. They should muster their soft skills and hard skills. It's not enough to have noble values. You have to also know what procedures are about, what institutions are about, and you have to know what discipline is about. We have with us young people who are tracing successful models. Your school is a successful model. It is a state, a country within a country of sorts, and you are looking for ways to retain students. And a lot of people in this audience keep thinking how to stay in Ukraine, be useful, and survive. So what does the government have to do to retain these people in Ukraine, not only for their patriotism, but also for their very conscious choice for them to look for and find self-accomplishment here? My answer might be cynical to a certain degree, and universities would not discuss it publicly. Universities are oftentimes a filter, a sift that is selecting talent. In English, it's called sorting, talent sorting. We work with the young people who are willing to stay in Ukraine, who are willing to study. So we select from amongst those who are patriotic and who are motivated to stay in this country. So it doesn't take much of us to persuade them to stay and be useful. We do not look for people who are ready to work with us. They are willing to work with us. And then we offer them opportunities. Wherever they see opportunities, they are ready to capture them, to seize the day, then to do good, to grow in their profession, to build very successful careers, but they need to have this promise of opportunity. Do you believe that Ukrainian young people who have left will return? I trust sociological opinion polls, and according to them, young adults who have left are willing to come back. At least 30% of those do want to do so. Our next speaker would be Katerina Mikhalko, a bright representative of her generation. And Katerina,
she's the director of the Technological Forces of Ukraine company. They have 6 companies, and at the moment there are 80 companies, and they are all actual producers. So, Katerina, I think the audience would be very much interested in hearing your take on this. What is your secret of success and the implementation of this complicated mission that you've chosen for yourself? Well, I think there are things which help me enjoy what I am doing. And in this audience, there are people who would like to have a meaningful and interesting career. And before the full-scale aggression, I thought that there are global markets like the US, Great Britain, the EU, the steady and stable countries in which there are more opportunities for growth. You go there and your salary is much better. There are institutions where you can get education and so on. But as a matter of fact, all this is about a totally different system in which you have a clear-cut hierarchy with a lot of limitations. I think a great advantage of Ukraine, even if we put aside things like patriotism and responsibility for the future of the country, but in Ukraine there's a lot of rational reasons why one should stay in Ukraine, because you can shape a new system, because the system largely is not in place, and this is something which inspires you, and inspires you to create your own place in this system. We work with weapons producers. Some of our companies produce drones. We have up to 100 companies now, and they are the main suppliers of the armed forces of Ukraine. I mean the suppliers of automated equipment, about 30 million drones per year. It looks like a kind of a closed system of production. And I understand that probably I don't look typical for this kind of field. It might look like I shouldn't be there. And no matter what conference I attend, all the attendants, male, some 55 years old, in the same suits, and any person from Ukraine stands out from the crowd. But our reality is such that we have to undertake responsibility from very early age, the responsibility which people in the West undertake when they are much older. But this gives you an advantage, because on global markets you can enter the rooms where you would not be able to enter if it had a different system. So there are a lot of additional opportunities for young people in Ukraine. And this is one of the secrets of the actualization of my talents. The reason being that I've never been afraid of the unknown. I shaped my own team, and I gathered people around our idea of defending Ukraine. In many other countries, it would have been much more difficult to do that. Well, Ukraine lives in a very challenging environment. There are a lot of post-Soviet hangovers and red tape bureaucratic, and all those things definitely make an impact on your sector as well. But you managed to overcome, and we know that Mikhailo Fedorov is being considered for the position of the head of presidential administration. What's your take on this idea? I think Mikhailo has done a lot for drone production, and I respect him very much. In politics, I very much respect the people who can take unpopular decisions. Like he took a decision for people who produce drones to make more money. It was an unpopular decision, but the industry is very much grateful to that, to him for that. We understand that in your sphere, a lot of problems have piled up. And this is a question of survival, whether we will be able to make it or not, because defense technology is really key. And if we have a good defense industries, this is part of our security guarantee. If there were people from the government, like the presidential administration and the Ministry of Defense, if their representatives were here, what would you tell them by way of saying what they should do to make sure that this really becomes a true security guarantee? Before 2022, our industry was quite Soviet in nature. We produced tanks and armored vehicles, but this is a classical field. A lot of countries produce armored vehicles and so on, but Russia is a very serious enemy, and they can afford send hundreds of thousands of people to the meat grinder. But we are people-centered, and we're totally different from Russia in that respect. That's why we have to do everything possible so that we could lose robots instead of people. So we did this technological breakthrough, and now we have experience and expertise, which very few countries, maybe no other country in the world have. And this is a chance for us to change the geopolitical position of Ukraine, because being an international exporter of weapons and high-tech products, this is really a top position. Only the US, Great Britain, and some other major countries like Russia and China are active on those markets. So Ukraine can have this lever of influence and provide defense products to other countries. It's very important to integrate our sector in the Western world so that our company would be able to launch joint ventures. And that could be the first industry which would be integrated in the EU before Ukraine as a state does so. For us to make it happen, there should be the stabilization of the front line, or the ultimate end to the war. But our industry is very much needed for our partners. This is the first time when we can add value for our partners. We normally just begged for money from them, and we looked like victims. But we're not a victim. We are rebuffing one of the major military forces in the world, and we defend world values from them. So we need to use this window of opportunities and to take our industry to to the UK, Great Britain, the United States. For that, we should lift all the limitations imposed on our industry. Therefore, there should be cleansing of our society of all the problems which have been around for many decades, including the problem of corruption. My next question is to Artem Sitnik. First of all, Artem, I congratulate you on the success of the constitutional reform. and institutional reform. What we see now should be perceived as Ukraine's strong point rather than a weakness. While at the Kyiv Security Forum, it would be natural to bring up the following question. There's one nuance about this system. Will our system of public administration survive this fight against corruption? You mean the state bodies of power? Well, most state bodies of power have lost their agency over the last few years. And this is a huge problem when we hear that 5 managers run the country instead of the institutions that were designed to do so. When I became the director of NABU, I could not imagine that in a number of years we would go through attacks against anti-corruption bodies. And these attacks even became more cynical, because normally they were trying to make believe that this is lawful. But now we see that sometimes they brazenly do this to put pressure on anti-corruption bodies. Recently, I spoke at one conference, and they discussed the issue of an attack on the NABU and anti-corruption prosecutor's office. I said that the survival of the country depends on the outcome of this process. We had a dilemma in the past whether we have to be public about issues like corruption, even though we are fighting now against the formidable enemy. We should be open about this. In 2022, people normally said that we have to prevail in the war and then we'll sort out the corruption issue. I've always said that without combating corruption, we will never be victorious in this war, because this is about providing enough weapons and munitions to the front line. The latest surveys that I saw, that some 80% of respondents say that we have to focus on this issue even during the war. On the one hand, I thought that once we established anti-corruption bodies, we would be public about that, but the war somehow led to the fold-up of some democratic processes. And we saw that there was a lot of debate whether we have to postpone the reform until the end of the war. When we formed NABU, it was a kind of a young body with young people. The average age of workers in NABU was 25 years. I once had a debate with one of my deputies who came from Georgia, and he said that we should hire students. I was against it because I thought that these people should have a certain life experience if they want to take ministerial posts, because it's very important not just to put corrupt people behind the bars, but it's equally important to do it purely within the framework of the law. Otherwise, it'll be no different from the repressions which we are witnessing now against certain NABU personnel. And people who came to this body in 2015 are still there, and they impart their experience to their younger colleagues. I agree with Katerina. When you go abroad, their procedures are more stable because they want to protect their system, which is already shaped, whereas in our country the system is not yet finally shaped, and we have social lifts which can bring the young people up to the positions where they can fulfill themselves and build a new system which we then would be defending from red tape and excessive bureaucracy. Well, Timothy Brick today said that we should make an individual choice whether to stay or not to stay in Ukraine, to find a place for yourself in Ukraine. Katerina Mikhalko is a success story in this model, an example of professional understanding of this sector. The cleansing of this sphere is what Artem Sitnik did as the first head of NABU, and this body was established when, after the Revolution of Dignity, the government of Ukraine implemented the main concept of the reform of justice. And now we come to the external factor. Marina Gritsenko represents the Institute of Snake Island here. And we know a lot about the Snake Island, where our soldiers told the Russians what they're supposed to do. But the Snake Island in translation also means, another name of it is Achilles Island. And this organization maintains that they know how to work with the outside world, including with the Americans.
We are trying to find out, and I think that the results will speak for us. The aim of the organization is to build another entry to Ukraine, which would be systemic. Organization emerged a year ago. Our major audience are Americans. And I always say that our organization was inspired by Trump. They say, oh, excellent, because the major audience are Republicans. I myself lived 5 years in the US. Then I came back to Ukraine because I see my values here. When Trump came, we realized that we needed to create new channels of communications. And when we started communicating with Republicans and Democrats, we saw two platforms on which organization was set up. We saw that there is a big demand on communication with young people, Ukrainians who are westernized. And the second is a big demand on systemic presentation of military. And the third is the systemic approach. Very often, in the eyes of Americans, we look chaotic. We're a country of quick decisions, and it's clear it's got to think about strategic narratives and priorities of national security in the context of 15 years if you have a war in your country. But for our partners to see us as a partners, they must understand that we have a systemic approach. And why Snake Island? Because it's a middle ground between trading routes coming from Ukraine, and our export routes connect our economy with the world. And we decided to become a connection between our defense forces and our military for them to sound in a systemic way to international arena, and they're supported and esteemed by Americans and Western audience in general. We work with many units, and our organization in half consists of veterans. The team consists in half of veterans, another half are young, well-educated girls who were educated in the West, and we allow young people to come back here and to work properly. We've heard news that the strategy of national security of the US has been changed, and they deleted the mentioning of Russian aggression. The war of Russia against Ukraine is called Ukrainian war. European partners should bear a major part of responsibility for what's going on. Frankly speaking, we see absolutely cynical approach. How will you work systematically with this cynical approach? Russia is much stronger than me in a systematic approach. At any level, a couple of years ago, most of a major part of our advocacy was like this. We come, we make photographs, which raise ratings for us here in Ukraine, because we post this in the Facebook in America. But for us to become partners, we have to
Ми подивилися, яким чином основні партнери США поза НАТО, тобто ми подивилися на Тайвань, на Корею, на Саудівську Аравію і на Ізраїль, яким чином вони зав'язали країну на собі так, що не
how Israel connected the country in such a way that in spite of many issues, they still have this connection. This is because of permanent institutional presence there. It's building of routes and channels which would not be political. This is a contact with military, with defense companies, economic. It's very hard for me to work in the context of every declaration of Trump. We need to build our presence. First of all, because of analytical work which we do together with military, our information about our military achievements, their priorities, our priorities. For instance, the topic of Black Sea is very interesting for them because it may come to the issue of China and Pacific. China components. This week there were two activities on the topic of parts. America is very much interested when Ukraine comes and says, we see how your reliance on Chinese parts exists. Let's work together on solving this problem. Another very important thing is horizontal cooperation with their military. This year, the Pentagon sent the task to a majority of military units to understand how to realize how to integrate drones in their work. And they ask about it, and we see good opportunity in this because we work with units here. How do they do it in America? For instance, Marine Corps, they have a small element system center where they understand what drones are. They come to us, we teach them, our military teach them something. We get certain assistance from that in response in their
що Україна є важливою. Кожна ланка передається в Пентагон наразі. І таким чином, якщо там 9 основних, там, наприклад, підрозділів Сполучених Штатів військових буде писати у всіх своїх дослідженнях спокійно, не політично, щомісяця, щороку, що Україна є важливою.
They would, in a systemic way, inform and understand that systematically they receive assistance and information from Ukraine. And then they would have a foundation of champions for us. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Ukraine, is it interested in your activities? Yeah, we're in a contact with the Foreign Ministry and with our embassy, but we are a private, non-profit organization. What is important for us? And there is a request in America for other channels of communication from Ukraine, and we are trying to represent army there. Thank you very much. Now I'm getting to the talk with Ksenia Semenova, who is a real star. In 2025, she was included into the list of leaders, strength of women by Ukrainska Pravda, and also included into a list of 100 best people from NV. So your mission now is to make a conclusion on what we have heard today. Technologies and youth. As a president of a very well-known university, Kyiv Aviation University, how do you see this dimension of technological breakthrough with participation of youth, and what problems do you see in preparing young people to participation in this area of life? Thank you. As I said, well-known university, I will have a brief explanation. The role of youth is so high that the state have always realized the role of youth. That's why political universities have always been political instruments. Aviation University, its team community who created Aviation University, emerged in 1919 when the Association of Flyers emerged in Kyiv, and then Odessa entrepreneurs procured license in France, building aircraft in Odessa. In Kyiv, well-known aircraft designers emerged, and in Ukraine, at the same time as in Europe, they started building airplanes, share their ideas and views and visions. Later on, in the Soviet times, the youth and universities became the source of new ideas, including national ideas. That's why Aviation University was changed into service, not into the design in university. And there were people who said that we have to train not engineers, but those who use, the users of planes. So the same companies develop arms, train how to use these arms, service arms. So that's the full cycle. And in the Soviet Union, the idea was not to have the full cycle of anything. That's why there were universities separated between each other. And in Kyiv, they trained only the users, and the designers were brought to Russia. And we are still overcoming those ideas, those points. And when we work with professors who are very competent from scientific point of view, and their scientific school, which they have to share, those but we turned into a defense tech university, and we work with defense companies a lot, and we position ourselves this way. We get a lot of comments in the network, and our team believes, and students also join us, that the only normal role for technical university in the country, which in a situation of full-fledged war, is participation in defense production, development, and we are building a new, nice technical university, because there are no high-level technical universities in Ukraine. This is a bad news which I have. If we look at the laboratories which they have in the average Polish university, it is much better than in the best Ukrainian universities. But if we speak about personnel, political will, motivation to work and to create, nobody could compare with Ukraine. This is because we are objectively in such a situation. Very good. We have a possibility to ask 2 questions from the audience. Please, you may ask your questions. Ask brief and concrete questions. My name is Artur. I would like to get deeper into the topic of Ukrainian youth in Ukraine and abroad, because I now am working on the state project aimed at bringing back as many as possible young Ukrainians to Ukraine. And Timothy said that 25 to 30% say that they would be able to come back. The question is, do we believe that this percentage can substantially be increased? And the second question, what concrete steps should be taken by the state for this to become a reality in a short and medium-term perspective?
Якщо коротко,
Briefly speaking, the whole international experience of migration shows that the longer a person is in a status of migrant or refugee, the less is the possibility or probability that this person will come back. People get new contacts, socializing, children go to the preschool, school. It becomes more and more difficult to come back. Speaking about youth, young people may open new career paths over there. I don't think we'll be able to increase these figures. We have to fight and to struggle for keeping these figures. But this is a normal figure. I'm not going to dramatize what should be done. I would express my personal opinion. I don't like when we say immediately, what should the state do? I spoke about society and markets. I think it's about business, it's about jobs, it's about opportunity to establish your own business or to join business. I think that a big role will belong to local communities, and from the point of view of the regulator, this definitely would be a question of housing and business climate.
If I could add very briefly, I studied in the USA, a very prestigious university, totally with the stipend, and people who studied in the universities of the Ivy League, they would not come back to their countries. And I believe that it is an illusion that you can achieve much more and much faster abroad. Now, I'm 24 and I'm the leader of the organization, CEO of the organization. I would have never achieved that in the USA. All of my professors say that I should not get back to the USA because with my skills, I would still be an assistant rather than a CEO. And sometimes I support people who wish to come back. I'm looking for good opportunities for employment here. But when people realize that you can achieve a lot of things, wonderful, very interesting, very high-value things that will bring you good income in Ukraine in the early age, then it is attractive. So then I was doing my bachelor's program in New York, and I returned to Ukraine every summer for the internship, and that's exactly what helped me retain my contact. And when I graduated from the university, I knew where I want to be. Now I have got a program not related to security advocacy. It was the internship program. A guy from the University of Alabama said that he would like to come to Ukraine and spend summer there, and he would then seize his career as working in the intelligence sector. And now we are recruiting a new team for the January internship program. I have 19 people in my team, and then I will more trainees or actually interns than the team. We don't have this capacity, but still I would risk to do that. And 2 people from that team say that they would stay longer in Ukraine. So we have to stimulate this culture, showing people how Ukraine is developing and attract them thus. One more question from the audience. That would be the very last one, okay? Thank you very much for this opportunity. My first question was asked by the colleagues there. My second question is linked to it. Artem said that public authorities here from time to time lose their agency become dependent on the groups of influence? How can we put in place a whole system of checks and balances? I watched the very recent session of Parliament where they voted for the budget, and after this vote there were several more issues to consider, but the MPs kept asking the Speaker whether they were going to discuss some of those issues or whether they would be voting with no discussion. That seems strange because the Parliament is a place where people parle, that's speak, discuss. So how can we change this culture in this society? The absence of checks and balances is sometimes an element of speedy decision-making, but then this decision-making system can sour because of the lack of checks and balances. So, and with the whole entire democratic world is based on the framework of checks and balances. Now the Parliament feels freer, much freer after the publication of those tapes and after the scandal. But before that, the members of Parliament did not have this practice, this custom of discussing things, because they knew that decisions would be actually given to them as ready-made things. And if one political force is entitled to form the government, then the government would not consider cases and will listen to the presidential office. I remember how it was when Arseniy was prime minister. Various political forces came up with their ideas, then the government had to discuss it, they had to look for compromise, and that was beneficial to all. That's the way of introducing checks and balances. And now we see that mono majority is detrimental to democracy. And I hope that a true coalition will be set up, and then they will appoint a truly coalitional government. Thank you very much. That would be the end of this panel. But I would ask all of the panelists to give a very short answer to my question, and it sounds like this. We are all of us are looking for the source of optimism, for hope and strength. What's your expectations of the upcoming year? This will be a great year, particularly if everyone who is present here will do their best to contribute to our joint cause for us to survive as a nation. It will be a hard year of hard work and satisfaction from the results. You won't be bored. That I can promise you. Yeah, that's a tough one. I don't know how to answer it. I am an optimist, and in the darkest times, I think about good things. And I think that we are about to enter a period with the new definition of this future. Will there be a ceasefire? Will there be a truce? Will it be beneficial to Ukraine or not? So we will always be facing very hard choices, and we will have to draw our match. It will be the red horse or fire horse. Yeah, It will be a decisive year, I think. And I hope that Ukrainians will be consolidated as they usually are when they face such challenges. So we will win maybe this year, next year, I mean, in 2026. I recollected several moments of 2022 when I told myself that the all-out war makes me think that it might last my entire life. I hope it won't be so, but this supports me in my everyday activity, because the reality is hard and we cannot actually suspend our lives, our living, our activities, and we have to treat life realistically. And I also recollected the words my boss once told me. It's Alexei Sobolev, who is the Minister of Economy now. He said, it's so exciting to have one goal for the entire life, just to make sure that Ukraine retains its agency and eventually wins. It's very good that we, in this young age, can get this goal driving us ahead for the interests of Ukraine and our exciting future. Yes, we are happy people indeed. Yeah, I am guided by two principles that I will share with you. If you don't like something, change it. And the second one is be at the front line or work for the front line. And I hope that you will share these principles and you will find an opportunity to achieve certain impact. Back in 2022, we all felt we were citizens of this country and that we matter. We can make a difference, and we can make a difference for the front line, and we can make the difference in the rear to change what we don't like by being helpful and useful to the country. Now we have this opportunity to discuss all of that because our young men and women, and not very young men and women, are there at the front line fighting for us. Thank you. Thank you. It was an inspiring panel. So let us give them a round of applause. Marina Gritsenko, Katerina Mikhalko, Artem Sitnik, Timofey Brik, Ksenia Semenova. Thank you very much to all of you. And now, without any breaks, we will have another discussion. It will be a concluding discussion. Thank you.
Ми готуємося до наступної панелі, панель особлива.
It will be a very special discussion between Arseniy Yatsenyuk and Vitaly Portnikov, and you, young people, will have an opportunity to ask them questions no matter how hard. So it is my great pleasure to give the floor to Olena Konopla, who is the communications director of the Open Ukraine Foundation.
Вітаю.
Olena, over to you. Good afternoon, everyone. So this would be the concluding discussion, and so I am inviting to this stage Chair of the Kyiv Security Forum, Prime Minister of Ukraine in 2014-2016, Arseniy Yatsenyuk.
І відомого журналіста.
And a very popular journalist, blogger and host, TV host, Vitaly Portnikov. We've got about 30 minutes. 20 minutes would be allocated to the dialogue between our two speakers and 10 minutes for Q&As.
5 грудня сьогодні.
So It's the 5th of December, 31 years ago, the Budapest Memorandum was signed, shall I say, an infamous memorandum, as a result of which Ukraine gave up its nuclear weapons for nothing, for no tangible guarantees. How do you assess that memorandum in hindsight, particularly in the context of the so-called peace talks between the USA and Russia?
Well, the first conclusion is that signing memorandum without guarantees of security, and we gave up the third largest nuclear potential in the world, and as a result, on the paper, we received the so-called assurances. If you read the original text, there's not a single word guarantee there. And even if there were words like guarantee, they would not have been supported by anything, because the American administration said that they were not going to ratify this memorandum. That was at the closed negotiations. I can only quote President Clinton, who basically apologized to the Ukrainian people for having signed that memorandum. Well, we are glad that they apologized, but the fact remains that signing that memorandum without legal guarantees of security for Ukraine basically laid the road to the occupation of Ukraine at that time. There were a lot of Ukrainians who believed then that Russia would try to invade Ukraine and try to restore the Russian Empire, but the world turned a blind eye to that. And starting from 2014, I had to persuade our allies that in the Crimea, these are not some mysterious green men, but regular Russian army. After that came the Georgian war and the refusal to give Ukraine a map for NATO. If miracle happens, I emphasize miracle, and some actual peace negotiations lead to a peace deal, we should never repeat the mistake like the one which was the signing of the Budapest Memorandum. Mr. Portnikov, we should also understand the state of our society and the state of Western societies in that time. The elections had been held, and the candidate with pro-Russian agenda won in, and even the cautious attempts of Leonid Kravchuk to move away from Russian. That was the fight between Mr. Kravchuk and Mr. Kuchma. But among them, the Ukrainian citizens opted for Kuchma, who was obviously inclined to coming closer to Russia. Recently, the president of Ukraine said that he would trade security guarantees for NATO. Who wanted NATO at that time? Before 2014, most people in Ukraine did not want Ukraine to be in NATO. Even with the election of Leonid Kravchuk, it was a choice without a choice. And that situation lasted for about 30 years. Next to me sits the then head of the Parliament of Ukraine, who signed the request to NATO to give us membership in NATO, in spite of the considerable resistance from many MPs, like the Party of Regions and so on. So I don't understand what kind of security guarantees we're talking about if Ukrainians themselves kind of wanted to come closer to Russia. And Americans were logical in that President Bush of the US at one point in time, before the collapse of the Soviet Union, cautioned Ukraine from seceding from the Soviet Union. But Ukraine did not heed that suggestion. We announced our independence, but we failed to provide for our security. Americans wanted to interfere somehow because they knew that there could be a conflict, but they didn't want to be responsible for that because they understood the risks which might come after the collapse of the Soviet Union. I want to add something to that. The historic paradox is that President Kuchma in 2003 adopted the law on the national security of Ukraine, which includes the Ukraine's future membership in NATO. Then President Kuchma comes back from Brazil and goes to Tuzla because at that time Putin had already started this testing operation of capturing Tuzla. So basically the Budapest Memorandum became a foundation for the two superpowers in the world. It was a joint policy, the US and Russia, to make sure that the NPT treaty is not violated. But now the situation is such that a lot of countries who want to get nuclear weapons got a very serious argument in favor of nuclear weapons. They say, well, you want us to join NPT, but Ukraine is without nuclear weapons and it lost 20% of its territory. It was attacked by a nuclear power, so this is a huge historic lesson, but we are paying for this painful lesson. We watch the negotiations about peace on a daily basis. Mr. Yatsenyuk, who and how in the main actors should do for Ukraine to get an acceptable peace plan? Well, but first I would like to take two questions which came before from the audience. The first one, what the state should do in order for people who have left to come back. I will tell you this, if there are no conditions for a realistic and secure peace, we can speak about anything, universities, economy, institutes, but without security guarantees, people will not come back, and even those who stay will probably decide to leave. This is a key issue. If we speak about the so-called peace talks, I don't think that there are any peace talks in place. For me, this is a kind of a smoke screen. They just go through the motions. This is imitation. Everyone is involved. Russia is playing this game, and all the others either make believe that they enjoy it or they take part in this game. And within this game, we have not approached a realistic peace, not a single millimeter, because what is going on in assistance to Ukraine is related to real peace. What is happening in geopolitics, I mean, additional sanctions, tightening the screws on China and India, that would be about real peace. But in reality, nothing of the above is happening. Instead, there's some kind of spoof negotiations just for Putin to buy time. Mr. Portnikov, I totally agree with this for one reason. There's a lack of understanding. What is peace about if the war is going on? This is primarily about ceasefire. And President Trump from January this year up to the Alaska meeting was trying to persuade Putin to ceasefire. After Alaska, something happened in the mind of Putin, and he started saying that there should be a peace deal first, and part of the peace deal should be about ceasefire. Not a single war in the world ended that way, except for those where certain countries capitulated. So until and unless we have ceasefire in place, all this will be just meaningless back and forth. The US president wants to keep his reputation. That's why everyone is making believe that peace talks are in place. I don't know where this bubble will burst. This is only a matter of time. The final question from me and then from the audience. We have a political crisis in Ukraine. Mr. Yatsenyuk, what do you think should be done by the state, by each and every one of us, to keep unity?
It's $1 billion.
This is a billion-dollar question, as Americans say. To keep unity, you have to keep it. We have to back up the legitimacy of the institution of presidency. You all read different views about that, about what kind of changes can happen in the Ukrainian system of government. I believe that if the system of presidency in Ukraine will be upended, since the president is commander-in-chief, this will just lead to a repeat of history for Ukrainians. We've been through that. The main thing we have to ensure is the president understands his responsibility vis-a-vis the country. And here we cannot make any mistakes. And the same about the president. He has no right to make a mistake. And here we have the only difference in our views with Mr. Portnikov as regards the government of national unity. I think that this model is not workable, whereas Mr. Portnikov believes that this model would be quite functional. So this is an issue of keeping political stability, if we can call it that way. It's not even political stability, just the vestiges of manageability and controllability of the state. And point number 3, we have to sort out the issue of finance. There's a $70 billion gap in the budget, and if we fail to bridge this gap, we will never win the war. You cannot win without money. And the final point is what the director of Aviation Institute said. If everyone does his or her job, we will emerge victorious. I believe that there's no political crisis in Ukraine. There's a crisis of the system of public administration, which started in 2019 after the election of the president. And now people have noticed that this is a crisis. It just has become clear. But for me, it was clear on the day when Zelensky was inaugurated as president of Ukraine. That was a crisis of the government in Ukraine with the subsequent total failure. So the only way for us is to go about is to strengthen the institution of the presidency and the parliament, the forming of a legitimate government by the parliament, and the responsibility and accountability of the government to the parliament, cooperation between the parliament and the government. This is what we mean by this. If we don't like the notion, the government of national unity, you can use the notion of Mikita Paturayev, who is an MP, call it a government of national resilience. That's how a country can operate if it doesn't want to disappear from the map of the world. You think if a government of national unity or resilience is established and different political forces are included, including solidarity and the fatherland, which are headed by the ex-president, ex-prime minister, each of them wants to be a president and continue their career. Do you think it would be workable? No, I want the MPs to nominate people for the government. Whether they will include representatives of solidarity or the fatherland will depend on the results of their coalition talks. If they believe that the deputies from European solidarity or fatherland, that they are more professional than the servant of the people, that would be efficient. if the servant of the people will continue to insist that they are efficient, they will be held responsible for this. But this will be their responsibility and not the responsibility of 3 or 4 managers who are running our country during the wartime. Well, I have a slightly different vision of this. If we take a look at the composition of the MPs, some 90% of MPs are people who have nothing to do with politics. They were not voted for. People voted for Volodymyr Zelensky, so those people cannot bear political responsibility because they are not politicians a priori. For me, political activity is a profession. People should understand what to do, not just to read, but some of them can't even read. Well, you have a very optimistic view of our government. Well, we have a political debate here now, but we at the same time have questions from the audience. What I'm talking about is the readiness of the servant of the people to undertake responsibility for what they do. They promised it to do so, so why don't they do it 6 years later? But people voted for Zelensky, not for themselves, but they became members of parliament. So basically there's only one person with agency, President Zelensky. Well, formally, you are right, but we have to restore the system of legitimate power in the country.
Let's get to the questions. Dear participants, you have 10 minutes to ask questions to Vitaly Portnikov and to Arseniy Yatsenyuk. Please, the girl in the second row. Good evening. I'm Anna, politology student. I have a comment on international guarantees. It's very difficult to believe in them. There is a process of negotiations. As a result, we'll have a paper. Maybe it's written guarantees. Who will fulfill this paper in life? There will be written that coalition will be sent. Who will send it? Maybe it's necessary to build contacts and structures with partners or allies where they will not be able to reject this paper.
I
believe that currently in the world there are no real international guarantees. They do not exist. We have to think on ceasefire. The ceasefire will allow us to accumulate resources for the next war. International guarantees were functional when the United States promised to defend Europe at any conditions. They do not do this now. They now declare that they are not going to defend Europe and even reduce their presence in NATO mechanisms if Europe do not increase its defense ability. There are no guarantees that Americans will defend Europeans, Latvia, Lithuania, Poland from Russia. What guarantees are you speaking about? There are no international guarantees in the world. The international guarantees were related to the fact that one big nuclear
скажімо так, відповідальності, кордони її союзників. Це закінчилося. Більше ніяких гарантій немає. А існують 2 ядерні надпотуги. Ну і друга з половиною – це Китайська Народна Республіка. Все. Або нам вдається для цих країн встановити якісь неможливі для них втрати в разі нападу на нас, або вони нас завойовують.
This could be either we may incur big losses to those countries who are aggressive, or they will win. The guarantees may be effective only in one case when they are supported by specific things. For me, security guarantees is not that the Congress would ratify it in case of attack against Ukraine, the United States would defend Ukraine. Whether they will do it, it's a big question mark. The international security guarantee is the first 10-year as a minimum, clear financial agreement with the obligation of our country's guarantors to finance Ukrainian army. The second, supply very clear amounts of weapons. The third, placement on the territory of Ukraine missile defense and missiles such as Tomahawk when our EU allies give us long-distance weapons. It's just real guarantee. The fourth, training centers on the territory of Ukraine, and the fifth would be the military bases of the countries which are guarantors on the territory of Ukraine. You may give an example of Israel, for instance. Between the United States and Israel, there is no ratified by the Congress agreement on providing guarantees or providing military assistance. They have memorandum of understanding, which was signed 10 years ago, not ratified by the Congress, but the United States provides $3 billion annually for the security of Israel. Therefore, guarantees without clear deliverables, things which are in Ukraine, armaments, money, missiles, missile defense, intelligence, there's nothing. When these guarantees are supported by concrete things, these are real guarantees. My name is Tetiana Petrek. I am the postgraduate student in Ternopil. My question is to Vitaly. Is it possible to new international architecture of security while Russia remains in the same form on the map of the world? I don't think that there is an issue of any new international security architecture after the Helsinki approaches were ruined. Helsinki Agreement was recognized by the Soviet Union, which was in a much serious geographic margins than Russian Federation. This is from what you are saying means that Russian Federation should build a new borders, which is Putin saying. The last question. Sure. Very briefly. My name is Orisa. I'm independent researcher. Question to Arseniy. I fully agree with Vitaly concerning the government of national salvation, as we call it sometimes. But you said about restoration of institutions. What do you mean by this? And who should do this restoration of the institutes? And the second, is there any threat that the managers which are living Zelensky would be substituted by other people and will restore again the situation when everything is ruled by one person? My answer will be very brief. I believe that restoration of renewal of institutions will be possible only after the end of the war and parliamentary and presidential elections. I don't think that now there is a possibility and ability of the current political establishment to restore, to renew institutions. I want the current political establishment to do everything possible for the war to finish at conditions which would Ukraine agree with, and for us after that, for us to have a politically responsible system of public administration in Ukraine. My question would follow up your answer. And concerning the point that Arseniy said that people voted not for members of parliament but for Zelensky. And then Vitaly said that in 1990s people voted for pro-Russian candidates and forces. I have a question. What can we do for people to be more responsible in their choices? Because voting for the members of parliament means getting a
якщо це можливо віднайти. Як зробити так, щоб люди були в свідомі в своїх виборі і робили цей вибір, користуючись своїм правом голосу, більш відповідально? Дякую. Питання, хто може, той відповідає.
Ми вже 30 років мучимося.
we've been trying to answer this question for 30 years. When you say that people should be responsible, did people in 2019 voted responsibly? They wanted to vote for people who didn't have positions, biography, and experience in politics because they had to lead the country. Did anyone deceived people? Did anyone said that I was a minister and have a lot of political experience? They said, no, I was not a minister. I didn't have any political experience. Vote for me. And people voted. This is the ideal system of changing corruption. If we cannot exterminate corruption among the members of parliament and ministries, we need to create a system which would change members of parliament. They will change after they get corrupt. The new ones again will become corrupt. So it will be like moving on the circle. And for people to know where to steal money, when now the members of parliament are suspected in organized criminal group, what can we say? It's enough for us to know about current system of public administration, and the member of parliament was organizer of the criminal group. Who would think about it? Everyone could think about it, but didn't think at all. So we are living in the world of new information technologies. People would not be interested in this, and we have to break through to reality in the darkness of these new conditions. In addition, The Guardian published an article on how artificial intelligence could influence political processes. I think that many of you make use of AI. I'm against it because it doesn't agree with me, doesn't want to listen to me. Not to say that it has been making lots of incredible mistakes concerning historic facts or developments, but it started impacting the political conscience of people. Speaking about what Vitaly said, I would say first is critical thinking. If a person doesn't have critical thinking, this person would believe into miracles, and this will end very badly, because when person sees a reality, this comes to bad results. But for having critical thinking, you should have proper level of education, and to have proper level of education, you should get values. Values you get from your parents and from the society. For this, you have free media. Mass media say, stop, this is not round, this is a square, this is not black, this is white. It's very complicated answer, but only this way democracy is being built. I will tell you from my political experience. I came to the podium in the parliament and said, my government is the government of kamikaze. I said, I will raise taxes, I will raise tariffs, I wouldn't raise pensions because I don't have money for this. And for you to know that in 2014 I won the election, it's a historical fact, but not for a long time. But it appeared that even without populist agenda, you could win an election. Another thing, that after you won the election, you should maintain the level of support in order to implement what you wanted. And here we had difficulties, and difficulties were connected to a situation that democracy needs instruments of protection. There are not that many instruments of protection, beginning with independent media and political competition. The last question. Thank you. My name is Eduard. I would like to ask you a question concerning the previous session. In the section, we were told that we lack strategic approach in Ukraine in order to formulate certain policies in the context of rebuilding of Ukraine in a strategic sense after the end of the hostilities. What would be your ideas and principles or concepts on which the rebuilding should take place, or building of new economy, institutions, and so on. Your vision would be very interesting to hear. Frankly speaking, I would wait till the end of the war. I don't know what territory we would have. I don't know how many people we would have on these territories. I don't know which guarantees of security we would have, and on the dependent investment climate. I don't know whether Ukraine join European Union. It's a task with many unknown elements. Otherwise, there's no sense to forecast anything. I can only agree with this. In 2022, they started forming a recovery conference. I had a discussion with wonderful people who said that it's a main issue now. I said, are you saying we have to stop to finish war, and then we would think about how to recover Ukraine? You substitute notions. Instead of calculating how many billions we need to win the war, you start to think what we need when we finish the war. We haven't yet finished this war. Continuing the tradition, I would like you to say a couple of words. This is the end of the year. St. Nicholas Day is approaching. What will be the next year? I don't know. Not easy. Thank you very much for this discussion. A round of applause.
Передаю мікрофон.
I'm giving the floor to my colleague Taras Berezovets. So ahead of us, we have some surprises.
Vitaly, I don't know what it was, but I think that at the end we saw a clone of yours. I hope it wasn't AI. So we are nearing the completion of today's event, and I would like to
Мінометника підрозділу «Мінотавр» 68-ї єгерської бригади Павла Вишибабу під ваші оплески. Хтось забрав наше крісло. Сідайте.
Minotaur unit of the 68th Jaeger Brigade, writer and musician. Good afternoon. Frankly speaking, I've come to recite a poem for you. I decided to opt for one poem, and since we are discussing the new generation, the future, and coding our future, so I decided to write an anti-utopia, dystopia of sorts. Robots and archaeologists have carved out something which is really valuable. That's the former empires of Aztecs and Incas. And there are more radios than smartphones. They had books and works of art together with the munitions, and they woke up to defend themselves. I don't know whether they slept at all. Instead of the passport, they had the tokens hanging from their necks, and they had sleeve patches, and the hospitals were scattered along the river banks, and newborn babies were given to their mothers wrapped in pixel because there was no other cloth, and only military shops were operating. Nobody knows why that happened. Nobody knows how long they had paid so much for their country and their freedom. Their poet was writing the poems by hand, And then they would carve the same lines on the walls. Oh my God, what have they done to us? What have they done to us? What have they done to us? Thank you.
І на завершення поставимо ефектну.
And the very end will be very effective. Servicemen of the unmanned system forces, Moisei Bondarenko, will perform a song that has become the musical ambassador of Ukraine. I first heard it in the movie Home Alone. It was performed in English as the Carol of the Bells, but it is a Ukrainian song. It was written in the Ukrainian city of Pokrovsk, which is in the epicenter of a fierce fighting. And it used to be a hub through which all logistical routes used to go. And we passed this city dozens of times, and we would step over there. And it was a city with very good coffee. Moisei, over to you.
Дякую всім учасникам сьогоднішньої конференції. Дякую всім нашим гостям, нашим спікерам, але найбільше дякую нашим сьогоднішнім організаторам.
Thank you very much to all of the speakers, to all of the participants, to the organizers of this forum. Arseniy Yatsenyuk Foundation Open Ukraine and Kyiv Security Forum. Could you please join me on this stage for a family picture?